Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 bum, ba, 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 da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Spooky, scary. Oh, whoa. All right. Hey, King of Squirrel, what's up? How y'all doing? Uthrasa, hope you're doing good. Hi there, friendos. Oi, oi. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. I'm surprised that I can stream today. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff broken. There's my whole stream setup got busted. I had like giant icons all over my screen, like every single overlay thing. So like my alert box and all my numbers and all my chat, they were all like giant ugly URL codes. I couldn't see anything. It was all broken. I think that Twitch, like whenever they fixed all this stuff that they did, they broke everything too. They fixed it and broke it, but we got it going. We got it going, and I'm super late. I had to get my car looked at, so I had to go around, and we went to a car place, and I couldn't get in. Their open sign was off. I tried calling them. They weren't there. We had to go to a different one. They're hopefully gonna look at my car and get it all fixed up. My AC is broken, and as y'all know, I live in Texas, so that's not good. That's not good. Kayaki-san, how are you doing? Oi, we're gonna play some monkey ball. I want to try rolling around in this game. I just got it. The music's so good. I thought about leaving it for the intro, but I decided that I would just do our spooky music again. Oi, since y'all are here early, I'll do a little bit of juggling, because that's what I was doing a minute ago. I was doing a free workout, free juggle. It's stuff that I'm supposed to do anyway, so I can practice. I can entertain while we get started. Oi, Tayaki, hi. I hope you're doing fantastic today, everybody. Hope y'all are doing well. How's your Saturday going? Did you do anything special, or have you just been having a chill day? Those are nice to have. Ooh. Those are nice to have. It's good to have a nice, relaxing day. I had my almost my entire day has been relaxing, but that's because I stayed up way too late. I stayed up way too late watching the rest of Squid Game. I watched the rest of it, and now whoa. I was supposed to go get my car done earlier this morning, but I mean, whatever. You just woke up, King of Squirrel? I feel that. I woke up very late. I woke up at like 2 p.m. or something, and yeah, but I still got the car looked at, and that's what I needed to do. That's what I needed to. I just hit the mic directly. Oi. Are you the Kool-Aid man? I mean, I'm not the Kool-Aid man, but I've got the Kool-Aid shirt. Oi, Mert, how are you doing, Mert? Also, hi there, Fluffy Giraffe. Is the car okay? Yeah, the car doesn't have anything wrong with it past AC. I need to fix my AC. I personally don't mind. I mean, like, I'm wearing a no sleeve shirt, so I'm all right with the heat personally. Just roll down the windows, you know, but Aris is gonna visit, so I want to make sure that it stays cool in there. I'm gonna have a guest, so I want to make sure that things are nice for my guests. So I have to make sure that my AC works. Hi, how are you? Hey, Laura Senta, how are you doing? You got a gifted sub the other day. You got a gifted sub. It was awesome. Laura Senta, Squid Game is quite the show. Yeah, it made me cry like 4 times. No spoilers. I won't spoil anything in case y'all want to watch it. But yeah, I cried like the last 4 episodes. I cried after every one of them. They're so intense. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. Yikes. Yes, I did. I messaged them to thank them. Oh, that's sweet. Dragon Bay, thank you for the sip. I could use a sip. I think that I have an agave drink that I could get. I could grab an agave drink. Oi, Detective Rach, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat, Erica. How dare you? Very stinky, Erica. It's good to see you. You may be stinky, but you aren't a stinker. Wow, you're actually good at juggling. I could never. I'm not that good at juggling. Let me see if I can do more tricks though. Now that you said that I'm good, I want to try harder. This is one move. Let's see. I can go over like that. Whoa. Over like that. Okay. Or I can keep doing it. Oh, or not. I can. I didn't, but I can. Let me see. No. Bad ball. No. Let me see. I can also like ping pong it around. Whoa, kind of. It's been a while. I should practice more. Maybe if I have more, I'll try with some more room. Here we go. Let me see if I can do I'm supposed to do a shower. A shower is or it's called a half shower, I think. You watch one episode after another, you realized in retrospect that you could have taken a moment to process. What? I mean, did you seriously watch all 9 hours in a row? That's 9 hours, Laura Zinta. That's a lot of TV. I'm proud of you. That's impressive. Okay, can I just not do this move today? I just want to do the move. I want to be the very best. Like no one ever. Oops. Ow. Stupid hands. Why won't they juggle? I gotta do it. This time. Almost. I was also trying to practice like bouncing it off of my arm, kind of like that. Like if I can get it to bounce back into my hand, you can like go around. Oops, was Minecrafted. Hey, I saw you doing that last night. I hope you enjoyed, Michael. No worries. We're just gonna play some. We're gonna play some Monkey Ball. I'm sorry, I'm late. We got the car cared for. I had to go to a different car place to get it looked at. So everything's gonna be okay. The car's gonna be okay. And yeah, and everything on the stream broke too. So I was a little bit later than I could have been. I cannot believe that you watched 9 hours, Laura Zinta. That's insane. I still think you're really good. Oh, thank you, Detective Rage. That's very sweet. I still need to practice. I could practice with my pins, though. Let me practice. Also, thank you for the... Who was the one that did the water break? It was Dragon Bay. Thank you, Dragon Bay. I'll take a sip right now. I already did like a little workout before we start. Another one right now? All right. Thanks, you guys. I hope y'all are having a lovely Saturday. It's good to see all of y'all. Oi! It's good to see y'all. We're gonna be chilling, playing a new game that I've never played before. I'm gonna move the mic a little further away, and let me see if I can. Let's see. It's scary because I don't want to throw it on my monitors. But mic's moving on its own. It's haunted! You guys, somebody cast the spirit out of that. Somebody do it. Force it up! Thank you so much, Laura Zenta. What the heck? Oh my gosh, it was turned down a little bit. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs for Cashman Gaming, for Extra Terrestrial, for Golden GG, Fluffy Giraffe, and Dinoish Vintage. Can we get some hype in the chat? Oi, I appreciate it. No. I got bonked on the head for being a bad boy. It's so difficult. It's so much tougher. Thank you so much, Laura Zenta, for the generosity. Oi, the generosity. Here we go. Whoa. Here we go. Ace smile. Whoa, Laura. Thank you for the Hey, thank you so much, Laura, for the sub for 4 months. I appreciate it. Hey, can we get some hype in the chat? Thank you, Laura. I appreciate it. Oi, Gamer Boss, welcome back. Welcome back, my friend. It's good to see you. Whoa. Okay, so look, you can do one, or you can do one or two. One or two. I keep switching between 1 and 2, and it's no good. Oi, Gamer Boss, thank you so much for the 69 bits. For the 69, I do have, like, whenever I go 69 bits, it sounds like I'm saying Pickle Rick. Pickle Rick, meme from 3 years ago. Okay, I'm gonna do my little workout, you guys. Do y'all want to work out on a Saturday? I don't think so. I don't think that y'all want to work out on a Saturday. I don't think so. So don't worry about it. I'll do the working out, okay? And if you want to, you can do a jumping jack, okay? Laura said to no!
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Laura said to no! Stand it up!
Laura
Oi!
Zenta 122384 gifted a tier 1 sub to second
Gamer
chair.
Boss, thank you for the 31 more bits. And
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock
Laura
your soul and
Zenta,
seal your
thank you very much for the gifted
Laura
subs.
Zenta
For Ginger Meg Meg, for
122384
Zegpana,
gifted a
and
tier
for
1 sub
second
to a Ginger
chair
Meg Meg.
Laura Zenta,
spooky, scary skeletons and shivers
thank you so
down your
much.
spine.
I appreciate it. Oh, hey, Calico's here. Yo, how are you doing? How's your
Laura
Saturday
Zenta
going? Oi, oi, oi. It still
122384
does each
gifted a tier
individual.
1
Yep, up
sub
to
to
4.
Zegpona.
Up to 4 it does an individual. It's up to 4, it's individual, and then 5 is special, and 10 is special. I could make it so that it goes like, so that I'd have to make a different thing. I'd have to make another variation, and I'm not doing it. Oi, you're bringing in the groceries? Sounds good, Gamer Boss. Get those groceries. Okay, let me do my pull-ups really quick. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Thanks for the workout. Thanks, Alchemic. Thanks, Alchemic. We're getting ripped. You love the music? Hey, baby, he's done.
Spooky, scary skeletons
Thank you for the
and
gifted
shivers down your spine.
sub. Hey.
Shrieking skulls will shock your soul and seal your doom tonight.
T4 Yaki gifted a tier 1 sub to Brooklyn 88.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub for Brooke. Oi, can we get some hype in the chat for the hype trade? Hey. Woo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Kestrel Bun Buns, how are you doing? What's up? We're gonna be playing some Monkey Ball. Woo. So what you're saying is for ultimate suffering, you do 4 at a time so that it has to play the alert 4 times. Yeah. Yes, if you want maximum music, you have to get 4 subs.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul and seal your doom tonight.
Laura Zenta, thank
Laura
you for another
Zenta
gifted sub.
122384 gifted a tier 1 sub to gamer
That's a
underscore
workout.
boss
Thank you.
underscore
Thank you very much, Laura Zenta, for the gifted
666.
2.
They have given 423 gift subs in the channel.
Oh my gosh, 423. Good lord. Thank you for the gifted sub for Gaming Boss and for India.
Laura Zenta
King of Squirrel with the
122384
500
gifted a tier 1
bits.
sub
Oi,
to
thank
India
you.
underscore 3.
Thank you, King of Squirrel, for the big 500 hearts. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's too many hearts for my little soul's gonna break. Lurk watching Matrix. Hey, nice. About halfway through. Hey, enjoy. I hope you enjoy. That's a good movie. I love that movie. I think that I own maybe I own the whole thing, but I've only ever watched the first one. I'm guessing you're watching the first one. It's good. Ooh. Oh, Kestrel Bun Buns, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you, King of Squirrel. Thank you, Laura Zenta. Thank you, Tayaki. Goodness gracious. Whew. Goodness gracious. I'm gonna do a little bit of extra juggling. Let me keep up the juggling, all right? And then what if I turned off the spooky music and I turned up the nothing music? Where's the monkey ball music? I can't hear. Oh, I see what the problem is. Hey, that's jamming. Yeah, no, I was trying to take advantage of the music. No. Darn it. I thought that rhythm would get me. I thought that I could keep it up because of the rhythm. Oh, no. It's no better. It's no better. Oh, I thought that I could get some mad juggles in there. Where'd the other one go? Oh, oh, it's on the floor. All right. Here we go. let me just practice a bit. There we go. Super monkey ball. I wish that I had monkey balls to juggle. That would have been a banger. That's what we need. Dang it. Come on. Ah, dang.
I get to visit my sister in a few days, and I couldn't be more excited about it.
Lorazent, I'm excited for you. You get to see your sister. All right, awesome sauce. Meeting up with a fam. I'm excited for you. Do you not get to see your family too much, or your sister anyway? Oi. I'm glad for you, Lorazenta. Thank you for the 300 bits. You don't need to give bits to tell me that. Oi, thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna turn back on the spooky jammies, okay? The monkey ball music is too aggressive right now. We'll get started on the game though, because I mostly just wanna play this monkey game with y'all. Oi, Gamer Boss, welcome back. Potato Lord, hey, what's up? How are you doing? Ann, you're still awake. How are you doing? Oi, Ann, we need to talk about getting some merch, okay? It's true. And I wanna commission you to do some merch, but we gotta come up with what the merch is gonna be. But I wanna get some merch, you guys, because I want it. I wanna have like cute squirrel things, and I just can't decide what to do yet. I can't decide what to do. But I should get like a bunch of artists, including Ann, and then I can create some cute merch. Let's have a VC meeting. Sounds like a deal. That sounds like a plan. Maybe I can get some done by Anti-Dark Heart. Maybe I can get some done by Ann. Maybe I can commission my original artist for the emotes, but I don't think so. I think that they're too busy. All the merch, stickers for water bottles. That's what I want. I want some stickers. I need some stickers myself. I need to get some. I've been putting it off for 2 years now. I've been streaming for 2 years and I haven't had a single merch. Not a one. I have shipped things before though. I have shipped things before because of contests and stuff. But I've never actually made any merch because I'm a big dummy. Because I'm a big dum-dum. Your sister is in Rolla, Missouri. Therefore, oh yeah, I think that we talked about this, didn't we? I think that we did, Laura. And I was asking how close it was to Branson or something. Because I've been to Missouri. We've talked about it. I must have forgotten. I apologize. I'm glad that you're getting to go see your sister and that you could visit a new state. That's awesome, Josh. Oi, thank you guys for the hype train. Let's play some games. Okay, boom, I've got to pause the spooky music and let's play some games, you guys. I want to try out this super monkey ball, see if we can enjoy it, see if we like it. Okay, sweet. Let's play a new game, and the first game that we'll play on the PS5. Let's go for it. Oi, can we get some hype in the chat for the big hype train that just happened? Oi, thank you so much for the level 3 with 12 gifted subs and 900 bits. You guys, you're not supposed to be generous. That's illegal. Hey, that's illegal. Oi, y'all have been monkeying around. A stuffed squirrel. Oi, Alchemic with that hype. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tayaki, for that hype. Made with Unity? What? Sega's making games with the Unity engine? Oh no, I hope this game isn't bad. Super Monkey Ball. Oi, with the Unity engine. Oh boy, Super Unity Ball. I'm scared. Unlocked bonus cosmetic pack. Oh yeah. Hey, it's jamming. I'm enjoying it. Get me back in there. Ah yeah, this music's great. I'm flipping loving it. Oi. Okay, hang on. I think that I unlocked some bonus clothes. Let's get some clothes for our monkey. Monkey needs to put on a hat. These hats are goofy as heck. Ah, they're all just baseball caps. No. Hang on. It's okay. I don't expect you to remember everything. Oh, wow. Lorazenta, I will remember everything. From now on, I will remember everything. Look, we got different shirts. What should... Hey, drama alert. Kenny, one of your sound bits alerts should have a minion you because it's banana. No, I don't want the minion alert. I think that the minion's in one of the intro things though, if I'm not mistaken. I think that I put it in there because I was trying to. I think I'm gonna keep everything normal. I don't want to change any of the outfits. Does the girl monkey have different stuff? Nah, they all got the same clothes. I'm gonna leave it alone. A-Star, what'd you say? Howdy, y'all. I'm a little tired, so I'm gonna take a break. Sounds good. A-Star, get some rest. Get some rest. Thanks for popping in and saying hi, my friend. Ghosties was fun. Super Monkey Bro, I used to play this a crap ton on the Wii. Gamer Boss. It's the new Monkey Ball game. I thought we'd try it out. I thought that we'd try it out together. See if we like rolling around. See if we want to be a monkey. Do you want to be a monkey? Let's go back to monkey. How many characters are there? There's I the monkey. Is this the original thing? We got I, we got Mimi, we got baby. We got baby. Who wants to be baby? Who wants to be Gon? Hey, you call yourself baby one more time and you're gonna be Gon. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Y'all are all gonna be Gon. Nah, you can't be going to bed already. Don't you dare, Yan. And then just Doctor with his long sleeves. He looks like an anime character with his long sleeves and his door eyeballs. Why does he have reticles on his glasses? Also, hi there, Lupus. Sir, you are late and I miss you. I had to get my car looked at. I gotta get my car looked at because I don't have AC. And I live in Texas. I've got to have my air conditioner working. Those are windows. They're windows to the soul. What is happening? What is this? Why are there two practice modes? Super Monkey Ball 1, Super Monkey Ball 2. I just want to play the story. I want to be a monkey. I don't know, Lemonberry. I just started. Also, hi there. What's up, Lemon? I hope you're doing good. I've never played this game before, and it's brand new. It's got, oh my gosh. There's so many courses. It's a 4-course meal. I've never played it before. This is my first Monkey Ball game. Tilt the stage. Let me see. Hang on. Tilt the stage. Camera controls. Minimap size. Slow motion. Okay, I'm just gonna start rolling around. Let's see if we can roll. You just got home? Hey, welcome home, Lemonberry. Welcome home. 2 monkeys versus 1 monkey. Oh no, he sprayed the bananas away. Or did he suck the bananas into a vacuum? We're the only monkey that will take him on. Oh wait, no, there's a bunch of us. Get him. He stole the bananas. No, the bananas! Give it the why are we dancing? Did we scare him away? We already won. We already got rid of the boss. The boss got kicked out of here. Oh, wait a second. Main game story mode, round 1! Let's go, monkey! Monkey style. Ooh, this game looks so pretty. This game looks beautiful. Wait a second, I want to get all the, oh boy, this is gonna make me nervous. Oh, get that banana. Get the banana. Oh, we're going too fast. Hang on, slow down. Get that banana. Every banana, every single one, as fast as possible. I was busy. Come on, grab it. Sub goals mate, stream's over. All right, look, we did it. Yahoo! So did we do good? Did I do a good job? It says perfect clear, speedy clear 50. So was that fast enough, or do I gotta do it faster? It's Rainbow Road for Mario Kart. It's straight up Mario Kart. Well, we made the sub goal. Laura sent us like, can I go to bed now? Can I go to bed now? We made the sub goal. Can we be done? Stream over, you guys. Hope y'all had a wonderful time. We just do one hype train and then we end. Oh wait, monkey must get the banana. You guys, back to monkey. All we are monkeys, just trying to get that banana. We're just trying to get the banana so that we can live om nom. What? How do I get that mega banana? How do I get the big banana? That's the real question, is how do you get the... Oh my gosh, is this super challenge jump? I'm scared, dude. I don't want to go out there. I don't want to risk myself. I don't want to risk my life for the banana. Whoa, okay. Looks like we gotta go... Hurry up! Oh my god.
8,
frick. Never mind. Give up. Give up.
5, 4,
Oh!
3.
All right, we didn't get the How do you get the bonus banana? It's all just like real life. We're all just bananas trying to get them. We're just monkeys trying to get them banana. It is. It's exactly like real life. It's real life, but more monkey. Oh, you gotta go back. Look, you gotta sneak back here. This is where the forbidden banana is. Can I boost? How do we retrieve a banana? There we go. 3 extra tasty bananas. They're extra tasty because they're so dangerous to... Oh, boy. We got a dead monkey over here. Oh, dear. How do I... Okay, we gotta roll back. We gotta roll back here at Walmart. How do you... Oh, my gosh. How do I get it? Monkey! Monkey dead. Oh, yeah, I remember them giving that tip on Twitter. What tip? You said you just woke up after a 4-hour nap? Oh my gosh, what am I reading? If you brought it up, it has to be done. What? Stream's over, you guys. Stream's done. Was it worth it? Was it worth dying for the banana? Absolutely. How do we get the banana bunch? The big jump. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's gotta be it, right? You gotta, oh, you said to roll back to get extra fruits. Ah. That's a tip? That was a tip on Twitter, is rolling backwards every time. I don't understand the point of this right now. Is it like, are you supposed to get all the bananas? You gotta get all the bananas. Hang on, let me try. I'm gonna try boosting from here. Zoom! There we go, now we're dead. Wonderful! How do we get those bananas? I'm gonna try again. We got this. I gotta get those bananas. We got to get the banana. Oh, we're dead. Where the camera's so zoomed in. Clearing the stage will be easier using the helper function. Absolutely not.
Ready? Go.
I know it's a whole bunch of bananas. Let's see. Can I change how the camera works? I'd love for it to be a little bit further away. Stage tilt. It's all at normal. Let me see. Camera sensitivity, brightness, voices. How do I zoom out a little bit? It's either inverted or normal. That's all normal. Good, good. Doesn't look like there's any options for controlling it. Missions, helper function, view stage. Oh, look at that. You can just zoom around. Zoom in. How do I get that monkey ball? Oh my gosh, look how slow the zoom in and zoom out is. Okay, well, we gotta get this bunch. We gotta get this bunch of bananas. Hey, we got it. Now we're dead. How are you supposed to get all the bananas in that one in time? How? It's impossible. There's no monkey in this entire world that could get all these bananas. Oh, frick. There's not a monkey in the land that could do such a thing. This has reminded me of Angry Birds, where it's like sometimes it just seems impossible. Seems like you can't kill all those pigs, man. What do we just do our best? We got it. Oh yeah, I'm leaving. I got my big bunch. I got the big bunch of bananas. 42 seconds to go. Let's go back. Go, go, go. Get all the bananas. Go, 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 go. We got the bunch. We got the bunch. Now it's time for lunch. Go, 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 go. We zooming. Come on, little monkey. You got this, little monkey. I think that this is a turn around, little monkey. Hurry. Hurry, we've only got 22 seconds to go. Hurry. Also, have a little heart butt. Look at my little monkey butt. It looks like a corgi.
10.
We're a little corgi monkey. Go, 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 go.
6.
Yo, all right. Anonymous tier, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, what? Anonymous, what are you doing here? Hi there, Anonymous. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. 100 bits for 100% obtained, I guess. Let's go to the stage select. Let's see what does it say? How good did I do? Did I do all? Oh, look. There's like a check mark. Wait a second. Okay. Clear this stage perfectly. Clear a stage in 10 seconds. Oh, wait. Okay, so these are like daily challenges. Look, it's got a check mark. Ish Kieran, how are you doing? What's up, Shiny? Oi, what's up? What? So there's a check, and then there's... Oh, I think that there's just stages. Stage clear, that's one thing. You get 100 bananas for that. 100 bananas for clearing it, and you clear it without the helper. You clear the stage with 10 bananas, or you do it in 10 seconds. Let's try doing this in 10 seconds. Does it... You don't have to do all the missions at the same time, right? That'd be crazy. Let's see, 10-second banana. Go, 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 go. That's why they call me 10-second banana. All right. Yahoo! So do we win? These sound effects, oh my gosh. I love Japanese games. Yahoo, yahoo! Hey, look, it did all the things. You just have to do the missions in whatever order you want. Okay, so you can you just complete the stage and then you can do... So if you complete it and then you do it without the helper, then there'll be a maximum of 2 missions to do. One of them is the max bananas. See, like this one, 30 bananas. Oh, wait. Oh, we haven't done that one yet. We did this one good enough. Okay. Yeah, there's helper settings that let it slow down and pause and stuff like that. Dino, what's up? You're gonna lurk while playing some Dark Souls. Sounds good. You can listen to Monkey Ball music while you're playing Dark Souls. That sounds intense. That sounds intense. Shiny, have fun. Have fun with your Dark Souls. With your spooky games, I'm gonna be getting that banana. I'm getting that banana just like always. I want to get the bunch. How do we get the bunch of... Oh, look, there are bananas that were back there. There's all these lumps. How are we supposed to get away from these lumps? Boing. Boing. I need that bunch of bananas. Looks like we got to go from here and go boing. Ah, not fast enough. Ooh. Ooh. How do we get? Go, 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 go! Faster, faster! No! How do we do? How do I get to monkey? How do I become the real monkey? Dang it! I'm so close. Shut up! Don't tell me what to do. Ooh, ah!
7, 6,
I'd rather die.
5,
I'd rather die. Okay, let's try this. There's got to be a way to get that. Gotta go back. Bonus banana. There's 3 back here, but how many do we need? 66 banana? I don't think we got to get every banana. Go! Ah, we didn't get the banana. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Monkey time. Oh, ah! Oh, ah! Dang it. Okay, here's the idea. We go back here, then we go full speed. Full speed ahead. Boy, oh, we bounced right over it. Okay, maybe not full speed. Maybe we slow down. Ah, so close. How do you do? How do you do, stranger? Oh, we got it, we got it, we got it. Let's get out of here. Oh, no! No, not that way.
ready,
Not that way. Do not go that way. That's not the exit. That's only one of the exits. That's not the... Oh, oh, oh. It goes so fast. Everything's going so fast. Ooh. Okay, we got the big bunch. Big bunch of bananas, you guys. We got our big bunch. Now it's time for us to punch the clock and get out of here. Just got some banana. Nom, 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 nom. Go, go, go. Just gotta maneuver. Is this enough bananas? Game, what do you think? Look. Oh, I see, I see. So you can go in some straight lines and get the mad banana. Yeah. We still got 20 seconds. 20 seconds left. Let's go. Oh, this has got to be enough bananas, right? Right. This has got to be a record amount of banana.
9,
8, 7. Get the crap out of here.
7, 6, 5,
Go, 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 go.
4,
There's another bunch.
2,
Oh, we made it. Hey. With 0.02 seconds left. Is that enough? Shut up, monkey. Perfect, clear, complete. Was that good enough? Look, it says banana collector. You're supposed to get 30 on that one. No worries. Easy peasy. Now we'll just have to play that last one really fast. We did it. These are the easy levels, so I guess they're making it easy on me. They're making it easy on a monkey. Oop. And we're dead. They tricked me. They tricked me.
ready, go.
You darn tricksters. What is this? Press for banana. Press button to get the banana. So what do we, what? What? Oh, you gotta make sure that you don't press it. Yahoo! Yahoo! It sounds a little bit like Ope sound effects, right? Yahoo! Is that what this is from? Is that where Opesty got his sound effects from? Was Monkey Ball? I wouldn't be surprised. Opes is always monkeying around. Ah, we're just gonna leave. Let's get out of here. Oh, that's from Mario Party? It sounds kind of similar. Yahoo! Lorcenta!
You got this.
Thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lorcenta. Oi, oi, oi. Maybe we should just zoom through them and then do the challenges. How many levels are on this thing? Not too many. Looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Let's finish all these levels and then we'll come back and we'll kick their buns. We'll collect all the banana. Collect every banana in this entire world. We're gonna beat this game 100% clear, 100% easy. Ooh, 3 extra bananas. 3 bananas could change your life.
Fall
Oh,
out. Ready, go.
3 bananas could end your life. 3 bananas might be the difference between living monkey or dead monkey. Ooh, here I come. Here I come. We got, oh, conveyor belts. Uh-oh, that ain't good. Get a bunch. Get a bunch of bananas, you guys. Don't forget to get a whole bunch. Yum, 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 yum. Give me all the bananas in the entire world. This is every banana. Let's go. How do we, that's pretty, you gotta really zoom, don't you? You gotta go. Got him. Oh, that monkey's dead. Never mind, he's flying. Or end it. What's the story in this game? Monkey get banana. That's the story. From what I've understood so far, monkey get banana. Are y'all getting the story so far? Are y'all catching up with it? Floaters. I don't like the sound of that. We all float down here. Here we go. Whoop. Gotta get the bonus banana. Here we go. Monkey get food. Monkey go nom. Monkey go nom 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 nom. Okay, so are there bonus banana that are on? Oh yeah, look, bonus banana. How do I get up there? Oh, it goes down. Nice. First they dip, and then I dip. Yes. Oh, we got the big banana. We gotta get all the big bananas. There's another big banana floating over here. Oh, I want a whole bunch of them. I want a whole bunch of bananas. Me? What's the story? Kenny, monkey get banana. That's about right. Can you blame me, Floggy? What kind of question is that? There is no story. Monkey need banana.
9, 8,
Let's go.
7,
That should be enough bananas. Is that enough bananas to win the banana race? Monkey trapped in hamster ball. Must get banana to live. Monkey need banana to live. Monkey stuck in ball. A perfect clear. Of course, of course. Oh, every banana got. Main game, story mode, world 1.
ready,
Monkey go! I'm gonna go forward. Forget the extra 3 bananas. We zoom. Oh dear. What's the trick here? It's called tub. Tub be continued. Oh, do we have to jump? I'm confused. What's going on here? Ah! And we're dead.
ready,
Dead monkey. The story thus far: monkey hungry, monkey need banana, also monkey dead. Monkey go for big bunch. Oh my gosh, it's so the momentum's hard to tell. Ooh. We're zoomed in so close to this monkey. Excuse me, is this Tony Hawk's Underground Skateboard? Nah. This is Tony Hawk Need for Speed. Tony Hawk Need for Banana. Just imagine if Tony Hawk was trapped inside of a ball and he couldn't skateboard anymore and he was a monkey. That's exactly what this game is. He could pull off sick monkey banana tricks. All right, I'm just grabbing the main bananas, you guys. Main banana sounds like a nice thing to call your friend. Buddy, you're my main banana. All right, anxiety. You can't have anxiety, but I totally won. Let's go. Perfect clear. What's next? All right, 77 bananas. It's a good name for a movie. All right, did we just complete every mission? That's no, it's not even close. We still got 3 more. Here we go. You my main banana, Kenny. Oh, KJP, thank you. Oh, hey, KJP, how are you doing?
Ready?
It's been forever.
Go!
It's been forever since I've seen you. KJP, how have you been? How have you been? Why'd you abandon me? Why did you abandon me? Do you not love me anymore? KJP, but I love you still. It has been so long. Ah! It's good to see you. We're just monkeying around. Oh my gosh, full speed monkey. Dead. Dead monkey. You're dead.
Fall out.
Where they say 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, dead. You've been job hunting? Ooh, good luck with the job hunting, KJP. I was only teasing. I hope that it's been going well. Did you get your resume all dusted off? Resumes all dusted off? KJP could be hired just for how cute they are. I hope that your stream was good. Oh, did you stream today, KJP? I haven't been on Twitch all day. Haven't been on Twitch all day. I had to get my car repaired. Had to get my car looked at. I got some sort of an AC issue. It's been too hot. It's been too hot. I got to make sure this car's taken care of. Yahoo! Yeah! So it looks like you just gotta focus, and you gotta go slow. The slower the better. Zoom! Boom! What did you stream, KJP? Recording and setting up some sound effects for the stream. Nice! Noise. I need to work on my stream too. I was thinking about moving away from Stream Elements. I'm not sure. Stream Elements has been so frustrating recently.
Go!
Maybe I just need to like bite the bullet and just try to make the layout work and make more sense for me. Because it's been so frustrating recently. I haven't been able to get the stuff done that I want to get done. And my stream looks so ugly right now. Ugly. It's not what I want. Oh, Laura's the duck. Thank you for the gift of sub for Nardavel. Hey, thank you so much. Hey.
Laura's enter 122384
appreciate.
gifted a tier
How do
1
I-
sub to
oh,
Nardaville.
frick, look, it's moving. Oh, it's hurting my brain. My monkey brain. What? Oh, can I get smacked by this thing? Can I get hit? I'm scared. I'm scared for my monkey life. I think my monkey's gonna die.
Hurry up! 10,
You hurry up, game. Shut up.
8,
There we go. Hey, what's up, chili buttons? Oh, we're dead. We're dead.
2,
I'm taking my life into my hands. You're not gonna listen.
Laura's
I'd rather
enter
die standing than live on my
122384
knees.
gifted a tier 1
Here
sub
we
to
go.
J
Go,
Ply.
go, go, go.
They
Laura
have
said
given
that. Thank you for the
426
gifted
gift
sub
subs in the
for
channel.
That's so sweet. Oi. Thank you, Laura Zenta, for the generosity. I'm probably gonna have to get back up here in a second. Monkey it up. Ah! Ah! How do I do this? Why is it so hard to live? Why is it hard to live? Zoom. Okay, there's no bananas out here. Monkey doesn't get the banana. 2021 colorized. Ay. Just a lurky McTurkey over here. Hey, Lynn, good morning. Good morning. It's good to see you. Hi there, Lynn. I hope you have a wonderful morning. Thank you for the lurky turkey. And we're dead.
fall out.
And we're freaking dead. I thought I was far enough away.
Go!
How do you win? How many banana do I need? 30? Is that total bananas on the level? I don't know. Hang on. We're rolling. We're rolling big time. Might be a good idea to commission scenes that you actually like. Oh, what? I mean, I love A-Star scene. That's why I think that I loved working on the graphics for A-Star scene a lot. It was a lot of fun because I was like, this is gonna look great. Whenever I'm confident that something's gonna look great, I always have a good time working on it. I knew that was gonna be good, but yeah, I just need to get other stuff. I need more. I think it's right here that you sit. Rick, you almost killed me, dude. Yeah, the start screen's awesome. Whee! Yeah, other elements. I gotta get other elements commissioned.
Hurry up! 10,
I like.
9, 8,
I constantly can't decide what type of streamer I want to be.
5,
Sometimes I want to be a streamer that has the most basic, boring stuff. And then sometimes I want to be Mr. Fancy Pants with all of the beautiful elements. I can never tell. I can never tell what I want. I'm a mess, you guys. I don't know what I want. That's my problem. If I talk to an artist, they'll be like, what do you want? And I'm like, good. Give me good. Get me real good. You remember as a wee little child, Monkey Ball kept you all night on your Game Boy Advance? I've never played Monkey Ball before. I would have been obsessed with this game. I would have been obsessed with this game if I was a kid. I'm still obsessed with this game. You can be both. No, you can't. Ahsoka, that's not how it works. Also, hi there. Oi, oi, oi. Speaking of living on your feet, it's Ahsoka. How are you doing? Hit the nitrous. Hit the nitrous. Mega. Go, 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 go. Quit monkeying around, streamer, and beat this game. Every banana in the entire world. I feel like this one's got to be like you get every banana, right? Is this when the difficulty starts heating up? Difficulty's heating up, you guys. What's happening? We're dead. What happened? What happened?
Ready, go.
What happened? What's a monkey to do? What's a monkey to do? I did my best. I don't understand. Am I supposed to wait? Am I supposed to go faster? What happened? It says curved bridge. Why did I die? We're dead. We're dead.
Ready, go.
The track went by. Should I wait? Oh, I can kind of see the track moving. Do you gotta go fast? Like Super Sonic? It said track wasn't feeling good. Track was struggling. Track needed some rest. I understand. Whee! Is this Police Simulator? No. This is monkeying around. Monkeying around. Lens, how are you doing? What's up? Happy Saturday. Go, 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 go! Ah! Good monkey. Good monkey. Hey. Monkey time. Monkey time. Let's go. Yes. Kenny, I want art. Artist. What do you want? Kenny. Yes. Correct. That is what I need. Oh, wait. I can't go back to the stage select. That's a good sound. I like that. Look, we got monkeys for the butt face monkey.
Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. I love you. I want kisses, or you can go to hell. Your time is up. See you later.
Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Oh, we gotta go beat him up. We gotta go beat him up and steal our bananas back, I guess. I don't know. SMB show. Super Mario Brothers show. I have a bomb. What is happening? What? Why are the monkeys dancing? Why are the monkeys dancing? We don't even have all the bananas.
Ready,
You can't dance before we recover every banana. No dancing allowed. Everybody cancel the dance party. Until we get every banana in this game, there'll be no dancing. There'll be no dancing on my watch. Grab banana. Grab banana. Succeed. Live. Live as monkey. Oh, die as monkey.
out.
No more monkeys jumping on the bed.
Go.
3 monkeys jumping on the bed. 1 fell down and quit the game. Here we go. I just want to go back and let's beat the missions. Let's beat the missions. I don't want to go to volcanic magma. Oh my gosh, how many levels are there? No more monkeys jumping on the bed. I think that for most of these levels, we just gotta go fast. Let's speed run as fast as we possibly can to the end. Just maximum speed, you guys. Here we go. Laura said that. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. I think you lean more towards simple and elegant, maybe more exciting transitions. Oh, transitions. What an idea. Ooh, speed run. Speed run. Yeah. That's got to be it, right? We made a special jump at everything. What do you think, game? Is that good enough? It's not fast enough. We did. Was that not fast enough? Where's my missions? Oh no, I clicked on it again. Let's try again. How perfect does this have to be?
Ready, go.
Go! Maximum speed. How many kilometers a second is this monkey going? Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Ah! Freedom. Retry. Here we go. Go, go, go.
Ready,
Okay.
go.
I've got to get this. I have to go fast. We gotta go fast. I've gotta be able to like go straight through. Oh, I hit the monkey ball directly. You have to go through the little goal stripe thing. 50. Is that fast enough? Hey, nice. Okay, it was in 10 seconds. Next one. Maximum monkey speed.
Ready?
Nice.
Go!
Can't believe that monkey get banana. I can't believe that monkey eat banana. Oh, monkey die. Monkey dies for banana?
Go!
Monkey Dies for Banana, a new show on Netflix. You guys, I might have to renew my subscription so that I can watch Monkey Die for Banana. There we go. Monkey did a sick flip. I wish that there were tricks in this game. Imagine if you could get up in the air, do some cool monkey tricks. Monkey business.
Go!
Okay, so we got to hit this button, and now we've got a straight shot. Skirt. Fast enough. You get an alert. Hopefully your headache goes away. Oh no, Lemonberry, I hope you feel better. I'm sorry that you got a headache. Get out of here, Lemonberry. Look away from the screen. Get some tea.
Go!
Get some tea. Go. Let's pass this way. Just straight through. Straight through, no mistakes. Easy. You just roll straight. Hey, Ghoul, what's up? How are you doing? We're monkeying around. I'm playing some monkey ball. This is my first monkey ball game, and it's fun. Non-stop complete. That's a new thing. That was the new type of mission. Never stop. Don't stop. Oh, hang it. You just woke up from a nap. Hey, I hope your nap was good. I hope your nap was a beautiful nap. I cannot take naps. It's impossible. No naps for me. Naps make me feel sick. Look, what about this? Switches. There's a new thing here. Is this beat it by not touching the switch? Oh, look at that. Clear the stage with 25 bananas or clear with a green goal. What? A green goal? Hang on. Green goal.
Ready?
Green banana?
Go!
Green banana? Is that what we need? Hey, JT, what's up? What's up? How you doing? I'm so glad to be streaming, you guys. I'm so glad that I'm here. It's so good to see all of y'all. I thought that I wasn't going to be able to stream today. It's the worst feeling. I wanted to stream, but I was scared because Stream Elements was acting weird and it wouldn't display my stuff correctly. So I thought that I wouldn't be able to stream. But I'm here. Thank goodness. I love you guys. I didn't want to spend the night without y'all. Don't make me go a night without streaming. Please. Yahoo! Monkey time! Okay, we got the banana collector. Very good. What about this green goal thing? I got an idea. I've got an idea, you guys.
Go!
It says green goal. So we click this button, it turns blue. What does this do? Boop. Oh, it's wrong. You're gonna rotate it again? But look, oh what?
Fall out!
What?
Ready? Go!
What the heck is that? Green go- What? A second goal? My only goal is to blow up. Okay, so is that sitting on the top initially? Where does it start? Oh! Dead. Oh no.
Ready? Go!
How do we get the banana? How does monkey get banana? Look, there's gold down there. Oh, look at that. It's hanging upside down though. How do we do that? How do I... Am I supposed to flip it all the way over? Or am I supposed to just go like, Yahoo?
Fall
Oh,
out! Ready?
is that what you're supposed to do? How would I rate this game? Oh, I don't know, Ghoul. We just started it. It's fun. It's lots of fun for sure. I'm really enjoying it. It's fun. Eh,
Fall out!
that doesn't seem right. It seems like you could flip it all the way upside down, right?
Ready? Go!
Maybe there's not another button. Can I hit that button twice? Oh, dang, we did. Huh.
Fall out.
Dang. So is it just challenging to hit it?
Go.
Okay, what if I go like click? Maybe I avoid this one first. No, wait, we can't avoid that one. Huh. Oh, that almost worked. Off the edge. Wait a second. What about this? What if we went up here and go on the edge? Zoop. Yeah, like this. Wee. We got this. Big jump. Big moment.
Fall out.
Big moment in Monkey Town. That did not work. Okay, so this is just straight up a different thing. This makes it so that we can even get over here. The green goal is also rotating, is it? No, it's not. No, it's staying still. But look, it does have a specific angle for it.
Fall out.
Yeah, you got to do a sick jump. Yeah, you have to jump from the correct side.
Go.
And by correct side, I mean left side. Yeah, because the angle is to the left. It was close. We got this. Frick. I feel like you can go full speed though, right? Surely they made it so that you can just go full speed if you go from the right spot. Watch this, watch this. Big moment. Big moment. Here we go. Easy. Easy monkey goal. That was really shifty. That did not seem possible. All right, green goal completed. That should be 100%. 100. Let's try a new character. How do I switch character? Go all the way back. Story mode. I want to be a baby girl monkey. I'd rather be a baby girl monkey. Let's go over here. Let's do some more missions. Let's see if we like the voices better. We did it! First green goal! First green goal complete. Time limit. Complete the stage in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Mamma mia. That's pretty fast. That's pretty fast. Can we beat Tub in 10 seconds? Here we go. Let's go. Oh, ah, ah. Oh, oh. Ah, ah.
Ready? Go.
Okay, we're gonna have to do a sick jump. Clapping. Thanks for the applause. That's gotta be it, right? That's gotta be it. You gotta make that jump. Oi! Anonymous, thank you for the applause. Thank you, yes. Yes, thank you. Yeah! Ooh, made it. Go, 10 seconds. Are we going too slow? How fast is 10 seconds?
Go.
Yahoo! She's more laid back than our monkey friend. How many seconds was that? That was a speedy clear, but not speedy enough. What?
Ready?
How do I go faster? There's no boost button. How fast do I gotta go? I'm going. Gone. Is that enough? Also, is that ball that breaks, is that from Smash? Is it possible to jump on the left? Yeah, maybe.
Ready? Go.
We could try. I think that's too high though. Yeah, look, maybe this is a different angle. Nah, that doesn't work. I think that we were going the right way. Yeah, we just gotta get good. Off the edge we go. Yeah. Yahoo! Maybe there's an extra button somewhere.
Ready?
14 or 15 seconds. What? I don't think so. It starts at 60. We can just calculate it. No, we gotta get that angle right. So we gotta go like way wider. Too slow, Joe. Not even close. Is there a quick reset button? Or do I have to go back to this menu every time? Where's the controls? They're fixing the machinery. Voices. Oh, you can turn down the voices if you wanted to. Is there no reset? Except for right here? Oh, dang. Here we go.
Go.
Okay, max speed. You can't rotate it too hard, otherwise you lose a lot of speed. Boom! Go. Ah, that big bounce. Maybe we gotta gain more momentum before we... Oh, frick. Yeah, maybe we gotta gain more momentum before we go up that second one.
Ready?
Because we do lose a lot of time going up that slope. Ah! It almost seems faster to just go right off the edge.
Just go right off the edge and die.
Die, monkey, die.
Wow.
Hey, little bounce. Yeah, maybe like this. Ah! Suffering. That was close. That was better. That was better. We do that again. How do I, can I just redo the level? Like this? Okay.
Ready?
Go, 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 go.
Pain. I was so close. Monkey, monkey, monkey. Monkey, monkey, monkey. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah! Ah, 3 seconds too short. How do I shave 3 seconds off of that? Shush, Floggy, be quiet. Don't tell me too slow. I know it's too slow. I know it's too slow. I'll get a mission win whenever I do it. I know. Yeah. No, I would have had to beat it there. Huh. What am I supposed to do?
Ready? Go!
It's impossible. Worried voice. You're fine, Floggy. Just please.
I'll get it. I'll get it. You just gotta give me a minute. How do we do it? There's gotta be a way.
Maybe you get, look at that monkey ball up there. How do you go so fast? I didn't even, but how am I supposed to go faster than this?
Hurry up!
Let's look at the angles. That angle's different than this angle.
7, 6.
Maybe you really do. Let's try this one more time. Let's try it one more time.
Go!
Maybe I just turned too fast. Nah, that's not very close. 10 seconds right there. That was 10 seconds. That took 10 seconds.
Ready? Go!
You're supposed to just go straight. Oh. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Out.
You just gotta hit multiple things. That doesn't make any sense to me, but that's fine. That's fine. I'm learning. Yeah, okay, you do that. You go on one jump and then you jump there. Okay. I didn't think the momentum would work like that. Whoa, here we go off the edge. Okay, yeah, we just gotta hit them all in a row. Oh. Okay, here we go. Maybe try going faster. I'm already tilted my controller as far as it goes.
Fall out.
All right, this makes sense. I could do this.
Go!
There we go. Forward. Oh, so close. That was it. That was it. Awkward. What's up? How are you doing? Oi, who's messaging me? I think it's Darren's group trying to play some DayZ. I'm too busy monkeying around with my friends. Wow.
Fall out.
How? How do you do? Maybe you got to go on a little jump first. Small. Bigger. Bigger. Nope, too slow. This is tricky. Controlling this momentum is rough. There goes my mic. Mike, stay up here, buddy. You gotta stay here with me. All right, let's try again. Monkey time.
Ready?
Here we go. Boing. Oh no. No, not even close. Dang, I thought I could get away without being noticed. Awkward. Awkward, why are you hiding? Why are you hiding from me? Thank you for the sip. I appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me sipping. You keeping me sipping. Monkey ball got hard really fast. maybe we'll just continue the mission. Maybe we'll just keep on going. Stinky. Improved alpaca Stinky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stinky alpaca.
Go!
How are you doing? Maybe we go this way.
No. Dang it. Slimy Salamander drama has arrived.
Drama has arrived. It's our friend of Slimy Salamander. How are you doing? We're monkeying around. I'm trying to win. It's so difficult. Ah! Dang it. Nope, that's 10 seconds. Okay. Maybe we really do got to go to the left. Because the left is a lower jump. It's a lower jump. It's less work. Boing. Dead. Oh, thank you for the juggling break. It's perfect timing. Perfect timing. After we beat this level, I'll do a juggling break so that we can get ready for the next level. Nice. Nice. Perfect timing. Improved alpaca. You've improved this stream. Let's go. Zoom, 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 zoom. How do I reach max speed? I need to reach max speed. How do I do this? This is tricky. You can't. Can I just hold my... It's all about like angles. It's got to be so precise. Oh, I turned too fast earlier, I think. Take a rest. Yes, I will take a rest from this level in a minute. Yeah, see, I went full speed, but I didn't turn fast enough. That's the tricky thing, is that if you turn too much, then you slow down. See, we slow down too much.
Ready, go!
Yahoo! Maybe we go in the middle. Oh, nice. That might be it. Yeah, I think that we just go straight. Lorenzenta! Thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, that's it.
Lorenzenta12238 gifted a tier 1 sub to Slimy Salamander 20. They have given 427 gift subs in the channel.
No! Oi, oi, oi! Thank you for the hype in the chat. Just another person like you and improved alpaca. Slimy Salamander, we're going to be watching Over the Garden Wall this week. If you want to watch with us, we're going to be watching it tomorrow. You're totes invited. Now, the more I said to no.
Lorenzenta122384 gifted a tier 1 sub to a Kamaka 12.
You're going to be in big trouble, Lorenzenta, if you don't watch it. Yee-hoo! That's got to be it, right? I can do it. We're going to speed run this. Yeah, Thora, we're going to be watching all of Over the Garden Wall. It's about a movie length. Yeah, one hit. Oh, that was it. That was it. So close. Whoa. Monkey time. Zoom. Oh, look at the timer, though. Oh, my gosh. You do have to do it perfectly. Nice. There it was. Hooray. Bada bing, bada boom. We've done it. We've done it. All right. Now I can do some juggling. Hey, nice. Oi, oi, oi. We've done it. We've done it now. Lorenzenta, thank you for the gifted sub for Haka. I appreciate it. We've done it. We've beaten it. Oi, thank you for the applause, I say. Anonymous. Oi, oi, oi. Let's go. There we go. Whoa. Hang on, hang on. What about... No, ah! Okay, 1, no, 2. Ah! It's just scary. It's just stressful. It brings me back to the days of being scared to like have a ball floating on the air. Boy, what'd you say? You lack impulse control? Lorenzenta, please. You must stop now. You must stop now. We're at 16. That's way more than that's way above the goal, Lorenzenta. I super appreciate your support. Now you have to stop. But yeah, enjoy your first try. Batman from the Lego movie, is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Ah! Okay. I'm gonna see how long I can juggle just 3 balls over and over and over. Let's see. We can count them. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, Hey! Oh, it's a good day. Ah, no, I already lost it. If I could make it up to 100 throws, I would be pretty good. Oh, that's stinky. That's gonna be distracting. Don't distract me with your disgusting farts. How dare. That's not candy that I need. No more candy. Poor Calico ate candy and feels sick, apparently. Don't eat too much candy, you guys. Improved Alpaca, thank you for the 10 cheers. I appreciate it. Oi. I live to entertain. Hey, what's up? It's Scott B, a man of many talents. Drops all balls. Oh my god. Oi. It's good to see you, Scott. We were doing a short little juggling break because we just beat Monkey Game. Actually, we're not done, but we beat the hardest stage yet. Oi, Scott, it's good to see you.
I'm sorry for what's coming. On the upside, yay, 20 subs.
What? No. Laura Center, what are you doing? What are you doing? No. Bad. Bad, Laura Center. Bad. Oh, we're gonna have to learn skips on this. We're gonna have to skip some of this course. We have to beat this in like 30 seconds. Oh boy. I'm breaking the rules. We gotta break the law. I'm breaking the law. Breaking the law.
Ready, go.
Let's break the law. Oh, Laura Center, no. Thank you very much for that.
Laura's enter 122384 gifted a tier 1 sub to Silver Turtle 05.
Thank you for the 4 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. Somebody snapper.
Laura's enter
Somebody please. Hey, Kelly, you're
122384
back.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Foliage
Are you
Father
done with the
5.
movie? That's gotta be it.
Laura's
That's
enter
it.
122384 gifted a tier 1 sub to Malu Girl 00.
Laura Center. It's still going. I think you can do it. I think you can do
Laura's
it on the
enter
first turn.
122384
think
gifted
we
a
can do
tier
it?
1 sub to Sunburnt_Galaxy.
Yeah. Monkey. What do I do?
Ready, go.
Is that how can I do it like that? Here, I thought that you meant the total for the week and not the sub counter for the day. Wow. Oh, so close. So close, but even if we hit that, I think that we would just fly off the edge. I don't think that we could recover from that, right? I can never financially recover from this anime addiction. Oh boy.
Ready, go.
Go. Slow down. Hey! Slow it down, monkey head. Slow it down, monkey girl. All right, maybe we'll try it on this next one. Not this one here. This coming one. Here we go. Let's go. Boom. Dang it. It seems like you can do that, right?
Ready, go.
You have to beat this in 30 seconds. So that means that I can spend 30 seconds going down this. How close would it be? Laura, you hit the number. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? You hit your goal.
Laura's enter 122384 gifted a tier 1 sub to Luna
Maybe we just skip
Seraph.
once. Laura! With a gifted subs for Luna, Seraph, and McKay. Thank you for this spooky hype.
Laura's
Thank you
enter
for the spooky hype.
122384
Now you've
gifted a
done
tier
it.
1 sub to
Now you've done it,
Mickey0.
Laura Center. Are you proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself after all you've done? Huh? Now who's gonna clean up this mess? Who's gonna clean up all this confetti, huh?
Ready, go.
Huh? Who's it gonna be? Laura, can we get some hype in the chat? Oi! Laura. Ay. What are you thinking? Skirt. Monkey off the edge. Monkey dies. Monkey loses. Monkey doesn't die. Monkey lives long life. No, oh, dang it. I feel like I could do it. I feel like I can do it, you guys. There's so many opportunities to skip. But which one do we take? Probably whichever one's the slowest, honestly. Because I don't want to die. I don't want to die a painful monkey death. Things are getting hairy out here, you guys. Yeah, the shortest skip is probably the best skip. Because we won't have to go so fast. Oh, crap. Oh, that's it, right? Dude, that's it, right? Question is this like a challenge mode? Well, it's like a mission. It's just a mission to complete, Lens. You don't have to do it.
Fall out.
But if you finish all the challenges, then you're crowned as a monkey god. You can be a monkey. You can be the god of the monkeys. That's how they choose their next deity. Is that you have to beat, if you beat Monkey Ball Banana Mania with all the challenges, then you're a shoo-in. They look up all the winners of the achievements. They get the numbers from Sony, and then they choose between them for the next monkey god. And I want to at least try, okay? I tried last year. But so that they could be the Jellicle monkey and die. The Jellicle monkey is the monkey that eats so many bananas that they explode. You know what I learned after playing this game? A monkey is not a dog. Not the Jellicle monkey. Oh no! I don't want to be the Jelly Ball monkey. First, you start as a Monkey Ball monkey, and then you can turn into the Jelly Ball monkey. Whee! A cat is not.
Fall out. Ready, go.
Oh, that was so close. We had it. We had it, you guys. That was our moment. That was our moment to shine. But instead, I didn't twinkle. I didn't sparkle. I got snuffed out. I got snuffed out in the prime of my life. I was going to be the Jelly Ball monkey. Oh, frick.
Fall out.
Dude. The bananas are higher up in the track. You could jump to this shortcut. I think that this is just bonus bananas, right? Nah. I don't think so. I think that those are to sucker you to fall off the edge. I think that those are like suspicious coins. Twist. Monkey Ball was the sequel to Cats the whole time. I don't know which one was started first, but I think you're right, JT. Not because you make good points, but because I like to think of it like that. No, it's so close. Something in my dorm smells vaguely of cigarette smoke. Vaguely. Cigarette smoke is pretty dang noticeable. Easy, thank you for the sub. Hey! Ooh, happy Summerversary!
Happy Summerversary, y'all.
Thank you so much for the 4 months, Evie. I appreciate it. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can we get some hype in the chat for Evie Pie? Evie Pie Summerversary. Welcome back for another month, Evie. Thank you for picking me to spend your Prime on. You could have put your Prime bucks in any streamer's pocket, but you decided to keep the stream going. Thank you. Thank you.
Ready, go.
Every single month, y'all give me too many subs. Too many subs. What am I gonna do? Buy cameras? Okay. Camera time. Monkey dead. What am I gonna do? Buy 2 copies of Monkey Ball? All right.
All right, done. Done. That's a deal. That's a deal, Wario. Wow.
I am sus of these edges, though, Alchemic. It does seem like they might be trying to sucker you into doing the right type of skip, you know? Ooh, close. Close. What's a bean to do? Oi, Calico with that hype. Improved Alpaca with that hype. Hey! Alchemic with that hype. Lens with that hype. Rosenta. JT, Castro Bun Buns. It's heating up out of here. There's too much hype. How am I going to focus on this monkey game? Here we go. Yeah, big one. Big one, big moment. Oh, dead monkey. Dead monkey. There's no way that it's this hard. Right, am I just doing this the dumb way? Am I doing this the silly dumb way? My total bananas is going off the wall, you guys. Holy moly. Wee. Come on now. What's the fastest that we can go on the traditional route? Oh, not even close. It wouldn't even be close. We'd be like 20 seconds short, right?
Go.
Oh, Floggy, we'll see you later. Get some rest. Get some rest, friendo. Thanks for monkeying around with us. What? Ah, see, is that skip even possible? Hey, it's Quiver. Oh, that's so cute. I love that Gardevoir emote so much. Quiver, how are you doing? It's good to see you.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom
Oh
tonight.
my god. Oh my god. What are you doing, Lauracinta? What? What is that? 10 subs. What are you? What are you doing, Lauracinta, with the 10 gifted subs? Thank you so much. Oi! Thank you for the gifted subs for Haku Bahu, Silly Cutie, Nick Cyclone, Andrea, Flo My Gosh, Sleepy, Amaya, Christ, Tony, Gabby, and Rave Icon. What the heck? Thank you so much, Lauracinta. Goodness. Goodness gracious. But that 10 gifted subs, we got to, you unlocked the extra spooky, you unlocked the extra spooky 10 sub, oh my gosh. The 10 sub scary, scary, spooky, scary skeletons. You're feeling hungry, but you'll return. Get some food. Get some food.
Must support wholesome being.
Oh my gosh. Lauracinta. Thank you so much.
Ready? Go.
Thank you so much. Ah. I don't know what to do with you anymore. I don't know what to do with you, Lauracinta. Some of y'all, I just don't know what to do with y'all.
Ready?
Lupus, I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to do with you, Lauracinta. I don't know. Whee! Up the edge. There's got to be a way to do this, right?
Ready?
Gabby's a good bean. Oh, Gabby Gamer. I don't know if I know who they are. We meeting beans. You're introducing me to new people by gifting subs. That's not how it works. See, we've gotten close, but I'm scared as heck, you guys. We're dead. We're dead. Anonymous Cure, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh my gosh, there's a hype train going? What? No, it's what? But we just had a hype train. But we had a hype train at the beginning of the stream. Ah! Ah! What are we gonna do? Thank you for the hype train. It's level 4 right. Oh no, it's level 3 right now. Thank you so much. Oh, we did. He's an Aussie friend, close with Kiwis and Jet. Oh, does Gabby know Kiwi and Jet? I mean, not Kiwi and Jet. Close with the Kiwis. So did they actually know each other? Relieved to see Kitty not dressed as a cop or my dad. What, Caveman? Are you actually disturbed by these outfits? Because I've got a pretty sus outfit that's gonna happen pretty soon. Pretty soon, I'm gonna have a sus outfit on. It's gonna knock your socks off. I thought about doing it for this game, but I've got to figure out what we're gonna play whenever I wear some of these outfits. I got close. I got close one time on that jump, but I don't think that's possible on this first one. I literally don't think that it's possible. I think that you have to do a second one. Yeah, you gotta go around the bend. Called the Windy Slide. Windy? Where's all this wind coming from? Yeah, this, we've gotten close. See, very close. There's a police simulator, then you can do the police one again. Gabby and Mava were supposed to visit Minnie and Lime, and then the shutdown happened. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Squid Girl Incorporated. Oh my gosh. Where do I sign up? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Squid Girl, please send me the information. Let's go. No. Is this one 20 seconds? No, it's 30. You got plenty of time. I got plenty of time. I just have to make at least one skip. I can't make it all the way down without skipping, I don't think. Look, it's so close. It's so close. I don't know, you guys. Okay, so like, look, I'm gonna do this the slow way. Watch this. Even, I don't think that it's possible for me to beat this.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul.
Laura
Seal your doom
Zinta!
tonight.
Thank you for the 5 gifted crap! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Hey, Squid Girl, you were sent by the Crane Couple? That's awesome! I love the Crane Couple. Crane Couple is so sweet. They're always lurking in my streams. Crane Couple are the best. We love them. This is the Crane Couple fan club. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. This is basically Crane Couple waiting room. When are they starting? Laura Zinta again? Stop!
Spooky, scary
What are you doing?
skeletons and
What
shivers
numbers are
down
you
your
going for? What is
Shrieking
the
skulls
point?
will shock your soul. Seal your doom tonight.
Laura
you
Zenta
doing?
122384 gifted a tier 1 sub to Zeeb33.
What was that? What came in? Did you just get a gifted sub? Nice. Sweet. Incredible. Boy, enjoy being gay, Google. Sounds wonderful. Have a wonderful time. We'll see you later. Much love to Google. Thanks for vibing with us, friendo. We are here. Ooh. Monkey time. Ooh, ah. Oh, so close. The 5 gifted what? What did I say? The 5 gifted sus is what that is. A 5 gifted sus over there. Thank you, Laura Zenta, for the gifted subs. 4 Witchweed, Mirrodale, Mouse, Cayman, Nightheart Wolf, and ZB. Oh my gosh, Laura Zenta, what are you doing? What are you doing? Whatever you're doing, it's illegal. Hey, that's illegal. So should we be able to like suss out this level? Look, it slowly gets closer and closer. Also, there's coconuts. There's coconuts over there. Let's try again. Here we go. Come on. Restart. Go, 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 go. KMN. If you want to, everybody that just got gifted a sub, everybody that has a sub is invited to movie night. We're not even going to be watching a movie. We're watching a mini-series this week. It's like one of my favorite Halloween shows. Oh. Dude, do you think that it's actually this? I think that you might not be able to make it through there. Do you think that we're just trying to do an impossible skip? Think that I'm breaking the rules and that you're not allowed to do this? Make sure that your Discord is connected to your Twitch if you want to watch a show with us, though. Oh my god. This is it. That's it! All right! We recovered! Is that it? Hey, we did it! Time limit 30!
I'm
We
just
did
trying
it!
to support.
I did it my way! I did it my way. It's my way or the highway. We did it. We recovered from it. Boom. Windy slide 100%. Every mission done. Nice. Nice. We got it all done. Windy slide destroyed. Nice shot. That should be a sound effect. I want. Ah, it's too bad. I don't have the nice shot. Nice approach. It's all speedrun stuff. 15, you guys. We got this. I think we might have to get smacked by that thing. Let's try it. Next one. Next round. Next stage. We did it. I'm going to trust my intuition from now on. From now on, I trust my intuition. Which side do we go on, though? That's got to be that's the deciding factor, right? Ooh, too much. Here we go. Nice on. Good on. Bogey. Nice shot. Bogey. Nice shot. Triple bogey.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul. Seal your doom tonight.
Lawrence.
Ready, go!
Thank you for the 10 gifted subs for Shelf, Squid Girl, Eleanor, Captain Sanic, Coffee Casualty, 8th the Blaze, Monoplex Bob, Cyber Carp, Coco Catboy, and Damniella. Laura Zita, thank you for the extreme, unnecessary, uncalled for generosity. Goodness gracious. Thank you. Oh, yeah, and Squid just got one. Yo, Squid. Welcome to the party. What did I say? I don't know what I said. Did I say something weird? Hey. Nice. Damriella, is that how you say that? That's a reach pad friend? Did you just say Damriella? That's a bad word. Clear the stage with 60 banana. Oh, we just got to get a bunch of bananas to win. Yeah, this one's just bananas. Thank you for the 5 gifted for the 5. Thank you for the tier top.
Ready? Go!
Thank you so much for the top tier hype train. I appreciate it. Thank you for the generosity today, you guys. I really appreciate it. Y'all are so sweet and generous. I really, really do. Let's go. We're just monkeying around today. It's just nothing but monkey business. Monkey business rolling in. Rolling. Skirt, skirt. Zoom. Come on. We're up to no good, you guys. Monkey business only. Oh, we just got to collect every banana. That's what it said. Every banana. Can we wait or is it too late? It's not too late. It's never too late. 14 seconds. 14 seconds. Roll it.
10,
Don't tell me what to do.
8,
We're getting every banana. Easy win. Swearing and hand holding? I'm a bad bean. Did Calico talk about hand holding? You better watch your mouth. I'm surprised that I said that out loud. Hand holding. Somebody censor that in chat. Somebody censor that. Worldwide clear 100. Friend clear 1. Worldwide clear. What does that mean? Okay, so is that... Did we just 100% it? What does it mean, friend clear? Connect to the internet. You are already connected to the internet. But you are already connected to the internet. What is that? Why does it say worldwide clear? Does it have a busted leaderboard right now? Do you have to complete the game before the leaderboard's unlocked? Ranking challenge. Strive for the best clear time against other players in the world. What? Is this for all the levels? Main game time attack. Solo time attack.
aye aye.
Is this just any level? World 1 Jungle Island. So is this just all the levels and you can just compete on the leaderboard? Oh, maybe you gotta do you do them all in a row? Okay, this one's simple. Okay, that's a personal record, you guys. I've never done better than that before. Yeah, but where do you...
Ready?
Okay, well, I'm not doing this.
Go!
Oh, look at that. It's a timer for the whole world, I think. I think you got to do the whole world and see how fast you can go. The whole world, all around the world. All right, let's go back. Main menu. Let's check out the costumes. Let's see if we can buy something. See if we can buy something. Point shot. Let's see. What can we buy? You can buy more cows. There's Sonic. You can be Sonic, boy. Also, what the heck? It's got the dame dane, dame o, dame nano yo, antaga. What does he look like in a ball? What? He's that's the Dame Dane guy, if y'all didn't know. That's him. That's him. Dame Dane, dame o, dame nano yo. I'm gonna be Sonic. Or should we be Tails? Tails is stinky. Oh wait, it says unlock him in the main game and ranking challenge. And this, oh yeah, okay, yeah. It just unlocks. Okay, I'm buying Sonic. We're gonna be Super Sonic. We're going Super Saiyan on this game. Oh, can I put on my Balan Wonderland hat? Dame yo, dame nano yo, anta ga suki de, suki de. どれだけ強い酒でも歪まない What am I supposed to do?
Laura's enter 122384 gifted a tier 1 sub to pickle
Y'all
underscore
interrupted each
fizz.
other. What am I supposed to do?
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom.
Hey!
Laura's enter 122384 gifted a tier 1 sub to Yoda Kelsey.
We're going Super Saiyan. Cat ears.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Boy!
Shrieking skulls will they'll shock your soul. Seal your
Wow, look at that mask.
Laura's
masks
enter
are cool.
122384 gifted a
Oh,
tier
and this
1
one's
sub to
sweaty.
Demo 07.
Sweaty Fox, let's go.
spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
Sega. Oi! Laura said thank you for the gift.
Laura's
for
enter
Emo Boy. Yo, dude, it's Kelsey Prickle Fist and
122384
Dana.
gifted a tier 1 sub to emo_boy EI.
Oh, roller skates, cool. Roller blades, I should say. Okay, let's see. What can we put cat ears on Sonic? Can I please put cat ears on Sonic? What? Oh, you can't customize Sonic. Oh, it's too bad. That's too bad. There's no. Oh, what about cat ears on a monkey? That's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. My disappointment is immeasurable. My disappointment cannot be overstated. Why is it the size of one eyeball? It's way too small. What? Who made this game? They're supposed to wear the mask. Oh my god. That hurts my soul, dude. That hurts my soul. Hey, it's Champ. What's up? How you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Champ Mayor, how are you doing? Oi. I hope you're having a fantastic day. We're rolling. We're rolling. I was trying to... Also, look at that monkey's tail. That looks like a raccoon tail. What's going on? Mission tracker completed. Oh. That sound effect can get annoying quick, right? Sweet. So what did we unlock? Nothing? View options is a thing. Monkey artist. Checked every section at least once in gallery. What? Gallery. Movies, music, replays, credits. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's lots of goodies in this game. Cool beans. Okay, so let's be Sonic. Look, this is Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic.
Are we playing Sonic or are we playing Monkey Ball? What's going on? Okay, let's go to Volcanic Magma. Let's beat some new levels. Oh boy. So there's like 1 million worlds essentially. There's loads of content in this game. Sweet, dude. All right, let's go Super Sonic, you guys. We're going Super Saiyan with Super Sonic. Here we go. Homero, how are you doing? What's up?
Ready?
Homero?
Go.
Wait a sec. Oh, there. I'm so happy right now. my day. This is tops, you guys. This is tops. It's the freaking. It gives you the coin. This is the best. This is the best. This is better than any Sonic game that's been released in the past 10 years. I need to play Sonic. What's the good Sonic game that came out recently? It's not that recent, but it's the one where they just like redid a lot of the original levels and they remade it. I think it's called Sonic Colors. I don't know, but this is awesome. This is awesome. I've always wanted. This is perfect. This is perfect. Monkey Ball improved. I thought that if you took the monkey out of the ball, it would ruin it. Sonic Mania, that's what I want to try. I haven't seen it on sale recently, but next time that it goes on sale, I think I'm going to try to grab it. Sonic Mania looks fun. And I've never finished a proper Sonic game before. Okay, I'm not that good at grabbing this one. There we go. Yeah, these are right on the edge. It's scary as heck. Scary as heck. I'm always questioning myself. Okay, I just want to try to get a full clear first. A full clear and then a clear without making any mistakes is a pretty good way to start the game. So look, like the stage is clear. It's a perfect clear. And... Banana Collector. Yeah, that's pretty good. You've played Sonic Mania? I've heard that it's like the best.
Ready?
You found all the Wii Point announcer voices, but they're in Wave. Waves are fine. I can convert everything. I have an audio converter on my computer. I have to convert things all the time. It's no problem. Yeah, I have to convert video and audio all the time to make it work with OBS and Stream Elements and everything. They're so particular and whiny. And they always want like the exact sizes and stuff, so I'm pretty used to it. It's fine. It's fine if I gotta convert it. It's just getting it's just getting the high quality one that matters. Groomsmaids. That's important. That's important. Don't forget about the groomsmaids, you guys. No matter how old you get, no matter how many people you meet, never forget about the groomsmaids, okay? They're forgot about enough. Can I not check my missions while I'm in the level? I'd like to be able to check them right here. Mission. Oh, you can. Okay. We got to collect 20 bananas. I don't know how... That means that I can leave 4. But we got to get 20 bananas. Sonic is starving for these delicious banana coins. Banana coins for dinner. Guys, have y'all ever tried banana coins? They're better than Walmart cookies. Let me assure you. Zoom. I don't want to grab this one, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, now we're going to have nothing to grab on the way back. Great. Unnecessarily cleared. We need 7 more. 7 more coins. Oops, almost fell off the edge. Here we go. All right. Looks like we got a run of coins over here. You got to respect the classics. Here we go. Zoop. There's that one. How many? 5 more? Oh, boy. This is pretty particular.
Hurry up.
Shut up.
10,
Don't tell me what to do.
9, 8, 7,
Almost died.
6, 5,
Crap.
4, 3,
We ain't got
2, 1.
That was 20. Dang, you gotta be fast. You gotta be fast, dude.
Go.
You gotta go back. Oh, don't fall off the edge. Yeah, we gotta grab these bonus ones. These are the easiest 3 coins on the level. Okay, we gotta like no unnecessary roughness. Here we go. Here we go. Zoom. We could grab these edges. Here we go. Yeah, we basically can go like across the map 1 time, and then we can come back 1 time. All right, grab. So nerve-wracking. All right, let's just go across, snag a few coins. We're at 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. All right, now we head back. 18. Yep, here's 19 and 20. 19.
Hurry up.
Shush.
10, 9, 8,
Go.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Your mouth.
1.
I did it! It's so scary. So scary. Oh my gosh. We've done it. We did it. Ooh, my bad. Sorry for stressing y'all out. My bad. I promise I was just as stressed as y'all. There's a button behind me. And there's two big turds. What's going on up there? All right, click. What are these 2 big cigarillas doing up there? Just 2 giant cigars that are dancing. The dance of the giant cigars. Ah, yes, the cigars. Okay, is that enough? I don't know what's going on. You're gonna lurk. You need to do someone else's work. Oh, awkward. Good luck with the work. Good luck. We'll see you later. Okay, I don't think that was speedy or enough bananas. Yeah, that was neither one. Okay, let's try speed running. What? I don't know what that button does. Oh, it makes them hit faster. Yeah, you can just go non-stop. That's easy. Okay, that should be speed run. Yeah. Time limit 5. Nice. Okay, now we gotta grab the bananas. All right, Max bananas.
They call me Bananas. Max Bananas.
Are there coins on the edges of these hoppers? No, just coins in the middle. Oh, you just gotta grab the coins on the side. That's it. Yup. Yeah. All right, that should be it. 13. Oh, it's 13 out of 13. It's literally perfect. Okay, great. All right, boom. I think that we just 100% of that level, maybe. Okay, sweet. Whoa, the coaster. Sweet. This looks like a lot of fun. This whole game is super fun. I'm loving it thus far. It's like Katamari, but you don't have to kill anybody. Finally, I can live my Katamari dreams without murdering everybody. Oh, it's hard. Ah! Yeah, you just gotta get that perfect angle. Bada bing, bada bing, bada bing, bada bing. Oh, I gotta speed up. Gotta go fast. Yee! How good did I do? How'd I do, Ma? How'd I do? Boom! Big banana moment. Yeah! What a big, delicious curly fry. Yum, yum, Thora. A tasty fry for everyone. Complete. All right, but did we get enough banana? No, we didn't go fast enough or get enough banana. Let's try going super fast. Super fast is just hold forward. All right, watch this. I'm just gonna hold forward this time. Dangerously speedy. Slow down, Sonic. Sonic, slow down. It's not safe. I ain't gotta go fast. Slow down, Sonic. You're gonna die. You'll never recover from the speed boost. Here I go. Move out of the way, Tails. Boom. That should be mega speed. Look, there's coins out there. What? What are those coins for? What the heck is that? Let me check the missions. Bananas. You got to get 55 bananas. Why are there 5 out there? I just went max speed. Are you able to get those if you go fast enough? What the heck? I don't know, dude. Yeah, there's like 5 bananas that are out there. You got to go at like full speed. Let's try to get them. That's what I'm saying. We should get them. We got to get every banana. This time we're going to go a little bit slow, and I'm going to see if I can. I'm going to... what's my strat for getting these? I'm going too fast. Come on, Sonic. Okay, we're going fast, but we're missing lots of them. We're missing tons of coins. It almost works like this. Maximum speed. How do you get those flying coins out there? Look, there's 150 coins on the level. You gotta go super fast. How is it possible? Let's try to go as fast as we can again. Maybe we can optimize our speed somehow. Maybe we can die. If we die, will that make us win? Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's the goal. That's the best moment of my life. We lose. Okay. Are they even? How do you obtain them? Oh my gosh, we're going too fast. Too fast? I didn't know it was possible. Okay, just go forward. What do I do? Maximum speed. Turn radius, maximum. Hey, zombie, we'll see you later. You need to go to bed. Got to get up early tomorrow. All right. Good luck with what you're doing, my friend. Good luck with what you're doing tomorrow. Zombie food. Get some sleep. Get some good sleep now. So close. But there's got to be a trick to get past the goal. Oh. How? Also, how many bananas do we need? Let's retry. Let's take a look at what's the banana count? Like 50 something? It is 55. 55 bananas. 55 bananas. Yo ho ho and a bottle of bananas. Let me just keep going. There we go. Okay. How close are we getting to 55? 3 here. Let's try to start this slow. And try to pick up most of the ones on this. Oh, dang. Okay, we missed like 4, 5, maybe. I think that we maybe missed 5. I should probably be watching the speed gauge and see how quick we're going. Okay, we missed like about 5. I bet you it's possible to beat it without those bonuses. Oh, we did it. We did it, I think. That was 55. Oh, yeah, okay, banana collector, but I'm so not satisfied. But, but how do you get them?
Ready?
But if that is the case, how do you get the banana? How do you get the incredible coins over there? It's impossible. It's impossible. No, it's impossible. Oh my gosh, this one's just frustrating. This one's just annoying. This isn't even a real stage. This isn't a real stage. This is just a torture chamber. We made it to the torture chamber, you guys. I can't believe that the castle had a torture chamber. Also, I wonder what they look like whenever it's supposed to be a bunch of bananas. Maybe that's what those shiny coins were. They're like bunches of bananas, right? Boyan. Ooh, grab. Oh my gosh, we only got 18 seconds. We can't even make it back anymore. How many coins do we need?
Hurry up.
Shush, I'm going as fast as I can. Okay, bye.
8.
Ah, dang it. Let's just restart. Let's try doing this as fast as possible. Yes, restart. Let's do the speed run first.
Go.
Maybe I can learn something about these, like the fact that you can die easily, like the fact that you can just fall off the edge. Look at that skip. Oh my gosh, that's not what I need though.
Go.
I don't need that mega boost. I need. That's not enough either. Whee! And I'm dead.
Ready? Go.
Callie, look how dead that monkey is.
Fall out.
That was pretty cool. That was cool for a minute there. Did you see that? Wow.
Fall out.
I'm dead. Oh, you're gonna lurk? You're not feeling good? Oh no. I'm sorry that you're feeling crappy. Feel better, Linz.
Go.
Feel better, Linz. Rest up. Rest up. Go pet a
Fall
bunny.
out.
Pet a bunny, my friend.
Ready? Go.
Monkey. This is called Bumpy Check. Wait, can we get some bumpy checks in the chat?
Ready?
Bumpy check. Bump check. Here we go. Bump. Bump. That's gotta be safer, right? Oh, dead.
Fall out.
Fiddlesticks. It seems like you have to go from the... Seems like you gotta go from the side, right? Or maybe you really are supposed to risk it out here in the middle. Oh, that was close. VO, what's up? Baba Booey. Baba Booey VO. How are you doing, my friend? It's good to see you.
Ready?
It's my boy VO. How have you been, my friend? Good to see you. Good to see you. We're monkeying around as Sonic. Super Sonic. We're going Super Saiyan on Super Sonic. Baba Booey to you, my friend. I hope all has been well. How goes the studies? Ah, crap.
Go.
Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I did it in 15 seconds, but that's not nearly enough, right? Stage clear, completed. Perfect clear. And... oh, time limit. Oh, the time limit's good. Time limit's good. Swole check. Oh, time to get swole, you guys. Time to get freaking swole. It's workout break. Let's get a workout break in really quick. Oi, VO. I'm so glad to see you, my friend. Hey, study's been rough, but you're pulling through. You got it. You got your first tattoo. That's dope. VO, I'm about to get another tattoo myself. What's your tattoo of? That's dope. Kajonk. What?
Spooky, scary skeletons
Gifted
and
subs to the
shivers down your
VIPs.
spine.
Yo.
Shrieking skulls will shock your soul and seal your doom tonight.
What's the
Laura's
tattoo
enter
of, VO? That's sweet, dude.
122384
That's
gifted a
sweet.
tier 1
We're
sub to
now we're
L
tattoo
underscore
brothers.
Velo.
That's awesome.
They have given 465
Thank
gift
you, Laura
subs in the
Center, for the
channel.
gifted sub. VO, enjoy your ad-free viewing. I know you're busy, so you might not even jump in for the next month. But if you do, you won't even have to watch an ad. Thank you very much, Laura Center, for that generosity. Okay, I'm gonna get swole really quick. VO, tell me about that tattoo, my friend. Swole check. Thanks for keeping me strong, Calico.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul and seal your doom tonight.
Thank you for the
Laura's
gifted
enter
sub for Autumn.
122384 gifted
so
a tier
generous.
1 sub
Thank you
to
so much.
Autumx Gabrielle.
Too cool. Thank you. Oi, hydrate too whenever you catch your breath. Oh, do I need a hydrate? Is there a hydration in there? Oh, it is. Take a sip. Okay, I got it. I got it. Oi, VO. That's dope. A Dark Side of the Moon tattoo? That's, Dark Side of the Moon is an album, right? Right? An album by that Pink Floyd? Is that it? All right. Thank you for the sip. Thank you for the sip. Yeah, that's the like prism thing, right? It's like the prism. It's that classic. It's that classic. It's that classic icon. You're literally an icon now, Vio. You are an icon. That's awesome. That's awesome. I hope you love your tattoo. I mean, this is what I told all my friends that have gotten tattoos. There's no way to regret a tattoo if you never allow yourself to do it. You can never regret it because it's a freaking awesome tattoo. Right now, we can say, I will never regret it. And then you will never regret it because it's awesome. It's awesome. I'm glad that you got some art on your body. Customizing your character? Dope. Bump check. Bump check. Yep, going slow seems safe. Seems safe. How many bananas do we need? How many bananas does this monkey need? We need 25. Okay, so just... Oh, we almost got it. We almost got it. We can even get bonus if we wanted to. Or we can just play it safe and turn around. Yeah, let's play it safe. Let's finish this level like a champion. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Next level, next level. Your character is now customized. Yeah. You're like, oh, the tattoo category? All right, I'll take tattoo number 256. You just like scrolled through all of them. No. Ah, there it is. Boom, character customized. I have never heard any Pink Floyd albums. I probably have heard Pink Floyd songs, but I haven't really given them a try. I don't think that they're my style, but I know lots of people that love Pink Floyd. It's a certified hood classic. Crap, dude.
Ready?
This twisty bridge is scary as heck. It's called Swell. It don't feel swell. How do I go back? Do I gotta like slow down? Holy moly. Holy moly, it's tough to be a monkey in this economy. Whoa! We're dead.
Fall out.
And I'm dead. Dang it.
Ready? Go.
Go. Okay. We're gonna have to definitely slow down. Oh, you can't slow down, dude.
Ready?
You can't slow down. You gotta like keep rolling. You just have to adjust your momentum. This is the hardest momentum challenge they've given yet. You gotta grab the big banana. Don't forget the big banana. Don't forget to grab your big banana before you head out the door. No. Is that even close? Is that even close? 25? Come on. I don't think that's it. I think we gotta get like 30 or something. Okay, there we go. Complete. Perfect. A perfect clear. Nobody help me. Banana collector, that's it? We caught the banana. We caught the banana. We did it. We did it. It was a perfect result. Let's grab these and then let's head down. What is this called? Gravity slider. Oh dear. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoa. That's too much. That was too much speed. Too much speed. Okay. Let's see. What does it take to grab one of these? Boing. More. Ah! Too much. Okay, we're dead. I get it, game. Just let me die.
Fall out.
Sonic died.
Ready?
Okay, so the point is just you gotta control your speed perfectly. That's how you win. There's 109 bananas on this level. Whoa. Yeah, it's all about the angles. Oh boy, slow down. Slow down. Oh my gosh. Speed up, full speed. Full speed. I'm scared. I'm scared for my life. Whoa! Put your hands in the air. Whoa! Zoom. Sweet. What did we get? We survived. Perfect clear. Okay, but what do we get now? Banana collector. Boom. We got all the bananas. So now we should just do it.
Ready?
Just go 100% straight, and then we'll make it to the end. Non-stop, yo. Here we go. Non-stop. No mistakes. we took flight. Here we go. Maximum speed, never slow down, non-stop, all the way to Sydney, Ohio. Here we go. Whoa. Boom. Man, we still didn't get the far banana. What the heck? How do you get that far banana? Oh, we did. We did get the mega banana. Hey, Drex, what's up? It's good to see you, Drex. We're playing Monkey Ball. I've never played any of these games before. It's big fun. It's big fun. Oi, Drex. It's good to see you. There we go.
Ready?
Whoa, two.
Go!
Well, two monkey. Oh my goodness. What the? What's happening? How am I supposed to survive this? Oh. Look, they like slowly unfold and refold. Oh my gosh, there's just 3 different endings. There's 3 different ways to skin this cat.
Go!
So do I just need to go through all of them? So that's probably one exit, right? Yeah, perfect, clear. Okay, okay. What about, is that a specific exit? You've never played one either? This definitely needs an online. Yeah, there should be like a Monkey Ball MMO. There should be a Monkey Ball MMO where you're all trying to like collect the same bananas. And there's like different challenges and things that you're supposed to do. And then it's Monkey Ball Royale. I'd play that. I'd play Monkey Ball Royale. Red goal is the one that you want. Okay. So which one's the red one? It's probably whichever one's really fast, right? Right? I know this character, that blue monkey. Yeah. The blue monkey. I know that blue monkey. Wait a second. I've seen him in another game. I think it's Blue Monkey Goes Fast. I can't remember the name. Okay, now we gotta go. Oh, now we gotta die. Now we die. And now I'm dead.
Fall out.
All right, wonderful. It looks like you can maybe go to the edge and let the inchworm push you back, but I don't know. Where's the red goal at? Which one? This one? Oh gosh, it's too fast right now. And we're dead. Okay, so we're pressing a button at the very beginning, right?
Go!
Yeah, we land on a button. There's got to be another button then. Yep, it's right here. So slow it down. Click, click. There we go. Now it'll slow down. It's easier to beat. Now we get the red goal. Excuse me, red leader. We've got a red goal on our hands. Okay, I'm gonna let it inch one more time. There we go. We can keep up with it. Oh no, I went too fast. What was that, 36? Okay, 36 bananas, totes enough.
Go!
That's totally enough. But now, what have I done? Sanic, Sanic, just die. Thank you.
Go!
We gotta go back. We've got to go back. Grab these delicious coins. Click. Yeah, we'll make it. We just have to time it perfectly. Red gold requires agility. And we can start here safely, I guess. I should probably gain some momentum before I start. Oh, close. Oh no, I don't think we're gonna make it now. Oh dear. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. No. I'm dead. Oh, my mom, my sister are getting a tattoo next week. It's gonna be my first. It's gonna be the whole "you're braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think." Ooh, I've never heard that quote before. Is that from some popular media that I've not seen? That sounds great. Having an inspiring quote that you can never get away from. You can never get away from that wholesomeness. Never again. Go, 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 go. Oh, I think we got it this time. Oh, I think I slowed down too much. You got it, Lorzenta. It don't hurt too much. I don't know where you're getting that tattooed, but tattoos don't hurt as much as you'd think. I feel like people, including myself, like get themselves ready for a tattoo by saying it's gonna hurt, so that you're not surprised. And and you will probably just be surprised on how little it hurts. It only hurts whenever you it's a long session. But you got this. You got this. You're strong. How do I make it through there fast enough?
Ready?
I can't tell if I should go full speed or if I should slow down and try to get caught. It was close. I know. I don't know what I did wrong. I can't tell which way to go. I think I just need to go max speed. I think we're just gonna go 100% max speed and see what happens. All right, here we go. Oh, we got trapped. Now we're dead. Now we're dead. Now we're dead. You're a baby. You don't think you can get a tattoo? You don't need to, Drex.
Ready?
You don't need to get a tattoo. I'd encourage you if you wanted one, Drex, but tattoos are not important. It's just character customization. You could use face paint instead. There's face paint, there's grime, there's also scars if you want to get one of those instead. There's many different ways. Change your hair color, hairstyle. It's just character customization options. Oh, yeah. Dead. Dead as crap.
Fall out.
Man, he's dead as heck.
Ready? Go.
There's a Zelda one that you want? Ooh. Is it like a Triforce or something? Or is it like an art of one of the characters? I would love to get a Zelda tattoo. Maybe I can get Arisa to draw some Zelda related thing and I can get a tattoo of it. I'm gonna get another one whenever I visit LA and see Kelsey. Whenever I see Kelsey. I think I'm just going too soon. Oh, this is it. Nah, never mind. I'm freaking dead. I went too close. I got too close.
Ready? Go.
All right, click. Ooh, and he dead. Dang it.
Fall out.
My job right now, you can't have unnatural hair colors, but soon you could if you wanted. Ooh. Are you gonna be switching up your job, or are you gonna be in a new position, or what? The Triforce with spiritual stones, and the color is kind of smeared. Oh, so is it like a watercolor? Kind of smeared. Ooh. That sounds pretty. I love the Triforce design. It's so simple. So simple, so elegant. Ah, what was that? What am I supposed to do with that?
Fall out. Ready? Go.
Oh yeah, you worked at a casino. That's awesome. That's awesome. Drex, you told me not to visit, but I don't know if I'll obey you. Here we go. Whee! Zoom. Drex is almost back in business, baby. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Drex is back in the game. Ah, I don't understand. I don't understand. Do I just need to go too fast? You can visit, just don't spend money. Okay. You can come, but you can only watch. Only watching, Kenny. What? But I want to play. I want to win. Whee! What do I do? Erd. Maybe I can Can you survive any of the inchworm? I haven't tried surviving in the inchworm. I think that it just flings you way too hard. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think that it's possible to survive inside of there. The challenge is making it. Maybe we could try the green one just for practice, I guess. I mean, the green one is definitely definitely faster than the one that we've already done, but I don't know if it's gonna help me. Maybe I'll learn a technique. Okay, this one's too slow. This one's too easy. What? Huh. Sonic almost fell off the edge. Okay, I mean, we got the banana collector and green goal was a thing. Oh, I didn't know that green goal was a thing that we were trying to do. Alchemic, what is that? Oh. Is that a dog on the toilet? It's adorable. I've never seen such a cute potty time emote. Oh, we gotta beat it fast. Let's try beating it fast on the easiest one. Easiest one. It's a puppy using the potty. I see. Are you gonna go take your dog outside? It's cute. It's cute. This is not what I expected. Ah, are we supposed to? Oh, maybe you can just speedrun it all the way there. Yeah, you've got to speedrun it. There's no way.
Ready? Go.
Okay, speedrun as fast as possible. First one. We can do it. You just gotta zoom. Just gotta freaking zoom. Here we go. Ah, yeah, that's right. Always expect the unexpected. Oh, but that's impossible. You can't expect the unexpected. Otherwise, the unexpected is expected. It's a loop. All right, there's one more challenge. I just want to get this red goal. It looks like you just need max speed, stay centered. Because that just worked for another thing. But it really hurts my soul that I have to go back here every time. But now we don't have to worry about banana either. We can just zoom. We can zoom. This is a non-banana run. Yep, just maximum speed. Maximum speed. Here I go. Nope, that's too fast. See? That's too fast. No, you're a loop. What, me? I'm a loop? What loop am I in? Am I in a death loop? Death loop. Tomorrow's game, death loop. Just kidding. Whee! Okay, next one. We went too fast last time. We gotta make it so that it like folds up so that we can go through. See, if it was more folded, I think we would have made it.
Fall out.
I think we're going too fast.
Ready?
Blue Jay, what's up? Hey! Blue Jay's here. Hello! Woo, that was close. Come on now. How do you be the best monkey in the world? Oh, we could have done it. We could have done it. My mom and sister got tattoos on the side of their right foot that says made in Kansas. Made? Are humans made? Oh my. What makes a man? Sir, this is national television. I cannot explain.
That's not what I mean.
Dang it. I'm dead.
Fall out.
Dead.
Ready? Go.
You're the thin man in the screen? Oh no. Not the scary man. Not the loop man. Man, I still don't understand that game. I still don't understand the ending of Little Nightmares. It doesn't make any sense. And it never will. Okay, what we gotta do is that we gotta go full speed and then we gotta... Aw, so close.
Fall out.
I think if we were centered, we could have done it. Don't tell me that I don't need a helper.
Ready?
I don't need a helper. I can do it all by myself. I'm a big boy. Skirt, skirt. I'm a big boy, just like that dog on the toilet. All right, here we go. This time, number 1. You got to stay near the front. Then you got to slow down. The very end. Ah, so close.
Ready?
They were born in Kansas. It's like made in China. Oh, I get it, Loris. That's just funny. It's a good. That's a pretty funny tattoo. I like it. I like it. I don't have any pride from the state that I'm from, but that does sound funny and fun. So we gotta stay centered. Center my chakras. Oh, my chakras.
Fall
Ow! My sacral chakra was blasted away.
Go.
Oh wait, we can't do this at full speed. It's literally impossible. I have to go back. Look at this. There's no way.
Fall out.
Fall out. Oh my god, I flew, dude. Chakra misaligned, shaking my head. That can't be good. That can't be good. You need your chakras to be totally spinning. Spinning chakras, homies. Here we go. Yeah, we make another try. Your chakra fell into lava. Batman, no.
Fall out.
Zoinks.
Ready?
Holy lava, Batman. What did we just fall in? Shut up, Robin. Shut up, Ramen, and shut up, Ramen, and die like a hero. What? How do heroes die, Batman? With a smile on their face and their mouth shut. Silence, Robin. I mean, Robin. You rejected Monkey and you turned into Sonic. Listen.
Ready? Go.
I haven't seen Avatar: The Last Airbender. That is true. Here we go. This seems excessively difficult. No, Blue Jay. This is the easiest level in the game.
Fall out.
You needed to let go the final chakra that Ong needed to unlock. Aang? Isn't that bald kid? Listen, I'm not giving no Caillou looking air bending fella my chakras. I'm keeping mine. Thank you very much. I tried watching Avatar: The Last Airbender, but I fell asleep, you guys. I fell asleep. It's so boring. The kids show, you guys. The kids show. I can't watch that. Can't be watching Caillou Saves the Tribe. I'm sorry. It's not even an anime, okay? So stop calling it that. It's not an anime. It's an American television show, and I've never cared for Nickelodeon. Oh, and I'm dead. Okay, well, we gotta go back. How about Death Note? Now that's actually literally an anime, Fluffy. How about it? Yeah, how about it? What do you mean? I've seen Death Note like 6 times. I really like it. It's good. L is an icon. The show really falls off halfway through the show, though. You probably know what I'm talking about if you've seen it. I'm not gonna spoil anything. Even though Death Note is so old, I am so opposed to spoilers that I will not spoil anything. But about halfway through the show, it's lame. It's lame. You might as well skip the end. You might as well just skip it. I think you'd be happier if you stopped at a certain point. Yeah, the show's really old though, Alchemic, so I feel that a little bit, you know. You watched the first episode? Yeah, it's a little bit slow. It's a little bit slow. Hey, Kite! Thank you for the 8 months! Hey! Kite, you sweet bean. Thank you so much for the 8 months. I haven't seen you around here in a while. How have you been, Kite? You've been watching over other streamies, taking care of things. Kite is a good bean. Kite is not only a friend, but also a friend of a friend. So that's like friendception. I'm dying. Kite, how are you doing today? Is it morning? No, it's not morning. It's getting late, right? So it's like afternoon almost. It's almost time for lunch. Is it almost time to munch on some lunch? Whee! It's a new anime by the creators of Death Note that's called Platinum End. Yeah, I've never heard of any of that. I didn't like Death Note enough to like watch the show because of the creators. The writing is what gets me in that show. The writing, and I mean, puns aside, the writing in Death Note is literally that's literally everything. It turns into a really interesting cat and mouse game. After the cat and mouse is over, that's boring. But yeah, there's like cat and mouse where you can watch like villain versus detective. That stuff's the most fun. The head-to-head stuff. The head-to-head nonsense. That's the best. Oh, it's 8:30 a.m. Oh, I am totally off. I'm totally off. I'm trying to memorize it, Kite. I'm trying to memorize all of the transitions from Asia, Australia, Europe, and America. I've got to get it right. I've got it wrong yet again. It was nice and early in the morning. How are you doing, my friend? You getting some coffee? Getting some tea? Get you your drink that you need. Yahoo! Let's go. When Kite wakes up, Shiny goes to bed. Skirt. Okay. But yeah, Death Note's an old show, so it's a little rough around the edges. A little rough around the oh crap. A little rough around the whoops. Ah, and we died. And I'm dead. I tried so hard. I got so far. In the end, dang it. I feel like it almost sounds like sold out. I did not sell out, Monkey Ball. Stop saying that. Sold out. Raid Shadow Legends. You guys, we're gonna stop playing Monkey Ball and we're gonna start up Raid Shadow Legends. Don't forget to join my clan. I already sent the code in the Discord if you want to sign up. Yeah, if you want to sign up, please use my code and you can do some battles with me later whenever we start up raids, okay? Don't forget that if you sign up, then you're supporting the channel. If you don't have any money for a sub, you guys, no worries. You can totally support me by just starting a free account. Free account. Again, links in the Discord. Thank you everybody that already signed up. I'm getting my check at the end of the month. Whoa, here we go. And I'm dead.
Ready?
You have a problem with boring shows? It does start a little bit boring. It's true. I watched Death Note whenever I was younger, so I didn't have a fully formed brain. So I'm just nostalgic for it, and I can watch it over and over because I know what to expect. I know the exciting things that are going to happen. So I spend most of the show just anticipating what I already know is going to happen. I'm like, oh boy, we're almost in that part again. Oh boy. All right, you guys, I think that it's time to try out something new because I've been trying my best here and it ain't working. Let's watch it. I've never actually properly watched it. It just unravels, then it lays flat, but it lays flat for like a millisecond. If we got a jump whenever it reverses, that'd be something. So you can sit on one of the tiles for a little while. But it's only for a second. I think it like launches you up almost immediately. That's so close. Do I literally just have to slow down a tiny bit? Look at it. It just launches me. How am I supposed to go down? It's impossible. It's impossible. You guys, I don't think that this works. I think this is a broken level. Have any of y'all completed this level on Super Monkey Ball Mania Monkey Town? Have y'all ever beaten this level? Because I think it's busted. We need to contact the devs about this. Because this game is busted. Crap, dude, so close. Indoor. What? What happened? What just happened? Save replay. What was that? We win! We did it! Indoor Kite, enjoy your lurk, enjoy your breakfast if you haven't eaten yet. Wait. I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. Thank you for the lurk. Also, Ann, are you gonna go to bed? Hey, we did a 100% clear. Bing, bang, boom. 100% clear. New level unlocked. Sweet. And nighty night. Get some rest. Get some rest. Contact the devs. Did I say that in time? Oh my gosh. Oh, this is the level that I saw in the trailer. Ooh, scary disc. Scary discs. Discs. And ooh, there we go. All right, is that a speed run? That can't be a speed run, right? No. Is that speed run moment? Clear, perfect, clear, and time limit completed. Nice. That was a speed run and non-stop. Triples. Triple missions. Spicy. Now we just need 15 bananas. 15 bananas to make this monkey happy. Ooh, ah. Also, we haven't seemed to get any achievements for this game yet.
Ready? Go!
Is this called totalitarianism? What the heck? Are there achievements in this game? I don't see them. Maybe there are no achievements. New video clip. I'm confused. I am slightly confused. What is going on? How do I see what the, how do I see my achievements? How do I... Oh, it does have achievements. They're over here. Why didn't they show up? Ultra rare. Completed all trophies. Amazing. Played every type of party game. What the heck? What do you think? I'm a party monkey? No way. Path to Glory. Cleared 500 missions. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. Yeah, it's got several of them. Clear every stage in Dark Banana mode? Dark Banana mode? What? What does that mean? Is that where you have to avoid every banana? Dark Banana? I don't know anything about a Dark Banana. Okay, I'm gonna just... you can replay the Inchworm Red Gate? Hmm? Oh, what, the replay that I just did? Yeah. Oh, can you? I don't know. How do I keep playing the game? What do I press to get back in the game? How do I get back in? Do I press the switcher down here? Back the game. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're doing the banana mode. Banana mode. Mega banana mode. Nom, 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 nom. Perfect. Oh, I see. So that's why it's so challenging, because you can slow them down if you want to. We got to get 15 bananas. I'm guessing we can just get ground bananas. Whoa. Here we go. One bruised banana. You know, bruised bananas are great for banana muffins, though. Nothing wrong with a mushy banana. Oh!
Fall out.
And I'm dead. Dang it.
Ready? Go!
It's got a bunch. Sheesh. Don't worry. Don't worry, Alchemic. We're not going to do them. We're not going to do them all now. We're not going to be doing all these achievements. Don't you worry about it. We're just going to be playing this monkey ball game the way that is fun. The way that is fun to me is actually trying to do some of these challenges, because we could absolutely die. We could schmooze through this game way too quick, and I don't think that would be as fun as trying to get some of these missions done, right? Actually trying to collect the coins, like that's what it's all about. All about getting those coins, getting those speedy times. But yeah, we're not gonna worry about 100%ing it or anything. Let's go. All right, banana collector.
They call me the banana collector.
Ready?
Remote. Okay, let's speed run first. As fast as we can. Ow. Oh, I think I gotta hit that button to speed these up, right?
Ready? Go!
Yeah, I think that I bounced over that button. Oop, there we go. Now they move quick. Ooh. Okay, you could have gone directly there. Dead. You make banana bread whenever there's banana left over. I never buy bananas though. Who buys bananas? They go rotten so fast. Why bother? Bunch of rotten bananas. Whoa, Sonic, don't die. Sonic!
Out.
I'm sweating in the snow over here. The snow's melting. The snow's melting and I can't stop sweating. Oh boy. I can never finish a bunch, makes me sad. It's because there's too many bananas in a bunch. It's too many bananas in a bunch. We gotta talk to Big Banana about this. Listen, we can all blame Big Banana. It's a corporate decision. They're making the bananas too big these days. There we go. I do not think that that's a speed run, but I tried my best. A boiling point trophy earned. I'm guessing that's for finishing one of the levels. Oh yeah. Okay, we win. We win. Angry monkey business. Ooh, ah, ah. These two people must be running Big Banana. Give us our low banana prices. Oh no, his blimp has been destroyed. This story doesn't make any sense. But then Monkey Boy attacks Monkey Man and chases him. It looks like an underwater level. We should try out a new character. Let's be Tails. I want to be Tails. I'm already Tails. Whoa.
Ready?
Whoa, the music is popping. What the heck? This music is popping. I'm going straight. I'm dying. I'm gonna die now. Sonic dies. Sonic dies. The animated adventure. Actually, let's finish up the last level, and then we'll do this. We'll do this world as Tails. Let's finish this. Hey, Ashley Rose, thank you for the 10 bits. 10. Good morning. Good morning, 10. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. I hope you have had a splendid morning so far.
Hello?
Hiya.
Good to see you.
This one's a 10-second clear time. Here we go. I saw a skip before anyway. There's actually a banana there to make it even clearer. There's a skip right here. Boing. Oh, and you could probably skip both. Yep. Yep. I can see it. I can see it in my mind's eye. In my mind's eye. Yes. My oh dear. My eyeball. My eyes don't lie. Unless my eyes deceive me, you can go boyoing, boyo. Oh, kind of like that. Take a sip. All right, I'll take a sip after we speed run this level. Unless my oh dear, your mind's eye needs glasses. No, my mind's eye needs LASIK. I don't want to put glasses on my brain. That's dangerous. This is why you never made it through medical school.
Ready? Go!
This lava's drying you out. You need a sip. Streamer, you need a sip.
Go!
Hey, that was fast. Holy moly. That was less than 5 seconds. Goodness. Goodness alive. Bless my soul. We did it in half the time that it required. I think that we just broke the game in the best of ways. All right. I'm taking a sip. Thank you very much, Lorzenta. Oi, oi, oi. How's everybody doing? You don't think that your foot is broken anymore, but it do hurt. Ooh. There's a lot of things that you can do to hurt your foot that are not breaking at KMN. Spraining your ankle. Yikes. Yeah. It may not be broken, but I understand, my friend. A hurt foot is no good. I almost hurt my foot bad enough that I had to go home from Philmont, which is one of the biggest like scout trips that you could possibly take as a scout. I almost had to go home because of a hurt leg. It can ruin your day. It can ruin your trip. It can ruin your whole month, depending on what it is. I hope that your foot feels better soon, my friend. You sprained both of your ankles multiple times. Yes, and a sprained ankle is nothing to sniff at. Okay, watch this. Watch this. We're threading a different needle. Oh crap.
Ready?
We just gotta go full speed and get lucky. Here we go. I'm up all night to get lucky.
Fall out.
Up all night to fall into that lava. Shut up about the helper. I don't need a helper. I don't need any helper. I'm gonna do it on my own. My way, always my own.
Fall out.
I'm going a little fast. That's 8 seconds though. I just don't have time to. I don't have time to be goofing around. Sanic, I swear. Sanic, I am about to steal. I'm about to take every coin from you. You're about to lose your coin privileges. You hear me, Sanic? Sanic, Sanic, Sanic!
Fall out.
Snake, snake, snake!
Ready? Go.
What is it? Big boss, what is it?
Snake.
What?
Snake.
Fall out.
What?
Ready?
Snake! He's about to lose his. Yeah, he's gonna lose his rings. Your rings are gone, Sanic. You're not fast enough. You were never fast enough.
Out.
That's why Amy left you.
Go.
That's why Amy left you for Sonichu. Because you're too slow. I never thought I'd be called slow.
Fall
Sorry, Sanic.
out. Ready?
Is her name Amy? Or is it Ashley? I don't know. The purple or pink, the pink squirrel. The pink one.
Fall out.
You're built in Korea? Wait, what did I actually say that? When did I say that? Oh, it is Amy. Okay. Her name is Amy Sonic. That's her full name. Oops. Oh, dear.
Fall out.
Because Sonic, his last name is Sonic, right?
Go.
Just like Mario. Mario, and Sonic at the Winter Olympics. Okay, this is fast enough. This is how you beat the game, you guys. This is fast enough.
Go.
I've been described as fast enough many times. Rouge the Bat is way better anyway. Shaking my head. Oh, there's a bat? I like bats. Except for in real life. I don't like real life bats. They're gross. Oh, just gotta do this one fast. Who cares about the bananas? We just gotta win. Who's the red hedgehog? That's Knuckles, I think.
Ready? Go.
Yeah, because that's the who with the way. That's the way squirrel or hedgehog.
Fall out.
Yeah, Knuckles.
Ready? Go.
Knuckles wasn't a kidna? What? 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 Are you yanking my chain right now? An echidna? They're all squirrels in my mind. Oh, all right, nice. We are number one. We are Monkey Man. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ah, 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 ah. Ooh, 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 ah, ah. Oh, we only got one more thing to do. One more thing. We need more banana and we need more speed. Speed and banana. Oh, geez, dude. I don't want to do the speed run on this one, but we'll be 100% done. Let's do the banana first.
Go.
First we got to be top banana. There's always money in the banana stand. There's always money there, okay? So don't burn it down, you idiot. You idiot. You burnt down the banana stand and now we're all gonna starve. What are we gonna eat now, huh, Michael? All right, let me cross. Chop, chop. Chop, chop. I don't have time for this tomfoolery. All right, Skippies. Skippies. Big skip moment. Here we go. My dog Skip. My dead dog Skip. Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Ready? Go.
Skip, you deserve better. Poor woof woof. Y'all ever seen My Dog Skip with Frankie Muniz and the driving dog? Frankie Muniz, the driving dog. Frankie Muniz is a race car driver, and then he was also in a movie with the driving dog. Skippies! That's Flippies. That ain't Skippies, that's Flippies. You're confusing me. Stop confusing me like that. Banan. We almost died. I'm sorry for being weird, but I'm trying to win. Let me cross. Let me win. What would I like to eat? What would I like to eat? I don't know. Maybe I'll get pizza tonight. What is it? Saturday? It's Saturday. It's pizza time. Pizza time. Not bananas. That's what I want.
Ready? Go.
Not banana. Okay. Back to stage select. Bing, bang, boom. All right, we only need one more mission. One singular mission. Splendid. I asked you why is Knuckles an echidna?
Ready?
Why is Knuckles not a hedgehog like he should be? Who ruined my Knuckles? Who stole my Knuckles from me? Oh, we went too fast? Is it possible? Is it possible to go too fast? Oh no, Sonic and I are both doomed. Oh, dang it. Sorry, Sonic.
Ready? Go.
What's for dinner, Al? Oh, got him. What's for dinner? I got a mouthful of boba. Oh, you have to be so fast. Maybe I should watch the pattern.
Go.
Watch this. How do we do it though? Goes there. Here we go in. Roll there. Oh boy. That's really difficult, I think. Maybe. Alright, I'm gonna die.
Fall out.
You just made sausage and toasted a bagel. Sausage. I love sausage. Sausage delicious. The summer sausage is my favorite. Oh no, now I'm dead.
Fall out.
That's why they call me No Mistake Kenny. That's exactly right.
Ready?
These aren't mistakes. This is just learning. Not a single one of these deaths is a mistake. There are no mistakes, Master Oogway says. Frick.
Fall out.
Master Oogway, you failed me again, you stupid turt. You turt the tables on me. Oh dear. Yeah. Off the edge.
Fall
Listen
out.
here, you turt coat.
Ready? Go.
What do you call a turtle that switches sides? Yahoo!
Fall out.
Dead
Ready?
monkey! I can't believe that they killed a monkey on live television. You thought that they would have learned with Harambe, but we're back at it again. Actually, I think Harambe was an ape, right?
Ready?
If it doesn't have a tail, it has... If it doesn't have a tail, it's not a monkey. Even if it has a monkey kind of shape. If it doesn't have a tail, it's not a monkey. If it doesn't have a tail, it's not a monkey. It's an ape.
Fall out.
Okay, so...
Ready?
I know that song, but what does it mean? Does that mean that Harambe was an ape all along? Yeah, it was a gorilla. It was a... Oh, frick. It was a freaking dead gorilla. Oh,
Ready?
I wish I was the dead gorilla right now. It's easier to be a dead gorilla. Oh, I want to win. Sonic dies.
Fall out.
I don't think it's possible, you guys.
Ready? Go.
I don't think it's possible. What's the fastest speed that we can go? Nah, this is too slow. Right? Look, it says 15 seconds, I think. Oh, that's kind of pog, I guess. A little bit. What speed do we have to achieve? What's the speed to aim for? Is it like 30 seconds? No, it's 15. It's 15. There's no freaking way. That's dead. Dude, no way. Sonic can't do this. We might have to switch skins, you guys. Who's Kenneth White? Me. Frick, dude. Look, it slides me right off.
Ready?
But you have to do it that way. You must have to have loads of momentum. Yahoo!
Fall out.
Dead. Sometimes I wish I was Jared. What? Who's Jared? Every kiss begins with Jared. Yay.
Fall out.
That's my name, Laura Zenta. You just typed out my real legal name. You just typed out my real legal name, and I've never been so offended.
Fall out.
Don't ever call me that ever again.
Ready?
Laura Zenta. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to call you by your full name. Mike Wazowski. Slidey, dude.
Fall out.
How are you supposed to do this?
Ready? Go.
Do I need to just observe this? This is the last level. This is the last level. Oh, I think I see it, dude. What's up? I'm Jared. I'm 19, and I never freaking learned how to read. Oh, okay. See, whenever TikTok was created, I forgot all of the vines that I liked. I'm now exclusively a TikTok watcher, and it's like Vine never existed. You know all those story time. A young man annoyed everybody while pointing a phone at them.
Fallout. Ready?
Go, 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 go. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Story time. I sang in your face and you hated it. Oh, crap. Oh, that could have been it. That could have been it. It was Sonic's golden moment. Sonic, you've got it this time. I'm dead. I can't believe you. You finally succumbed to TikTok. You've forgotten everything that the vines have taught you. You are truly lost now, streamer. You are truly lost. You forgot what Vine did. You forget the past. You're doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past. Streamer, you have forgotten Vine, and you have forgotten yourself in the same process. Frick. This is just not. It's just not predictable. It's just not predictable enough, you guys. It feels so random. The physics are so jank. How can I predict this? How can I predict what will happen in this banana game? Unpredictable, you guys. I go as fast as I can, but it's never full speed that you have to go. It's a little short for the freaking losers that play this game. For the losers. Okay. 1. Okay. Now we try that. I'm always going too fast, you guys. I'm too good at the game. See, look, too fast. How am I supposed to? Here we go. Yay. Yaya Relmon. Yaya Relmon. Ike nienta. Ah, I'm dead. Right.
Ready? Go.
I mean, I see the route. It's just... You guys, we got it, though. We got it. We got it. You know what? You know what? No more sad Kenny. Only win Kenny.
Fallout.
Only win Kenny. We've got it. We've got it. We've got it. We've beaten all the rest of them. We've beaten everything else. Every other challenge up to this point has been defeated. Every other challenge has been defeated. This is the final challenge. The final challenge.
Ready?
If we can beat this, then we've literally defeated everything. We've defeated everything up to this point, and we are monkey gods. We can become monkey gods together. If we both take hold of the golden banana, we will be accepted into monkey society yet again. Stop killing Sonic! Lucas, Sonic deserves to die after some of these games. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Sonic has died 1,000 times. This is nothing new. The only thing that dies more than Sonic is his fans' hopes. Oh boy, here we go.
Ready?
Go, 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 go. To be honest, this game is kind of perfect for you. What? Are you calling me a monkey? Did you just call me a monkey again, Alchemic? Again. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, it's not going fast anymore. Bye-bye. It is... I like to commonly call this your fingers play ahead of your game syndrome. Bye-bye. My poor hopes. I mean, look, they could make another good Sonic game. I believe in them. There have been good Sonic games, and I believe that there will be good Sonic games. I think that Sonic has a future, you guys. I don't know about this little blue hedgehog, but I think he's got a future, you know? I mean, he's still an icon, you know? As long as he remains icon status, then they'll keep trying, you know? They'll make a lot of crap, but, you know, they'll probably make a good game or two in there. I have never called you a monkey. Oh, wait. Is that true? What about that one time that I played as Bastion, or whatever his name is? Winston. What? Yo, Delphina, I think it was 5 months! Can we get some hype in the chat? Can we get some ooh in the chat? Delphina, thank you so much for the sub. 5 months. 5 months, baby. Oi. 5 months of nonsense. I'm surprised you made it this far. I'm surprised you made it this far, Delphina. Papa bless. Thanks for being here. We love you. We love you. So does Sonic. Oh, Sonic's dead. Your brain tells you to wait for the right time, but your fingers tell you that you need the exact moment. Yeah. Well, this game is so imprecise because of the physics. It isn't like a Mario game where the jumps are precisely made so that you can just hold the jump button, or you can do like a small jump. There's none of that. It's all completely random because it's physics, you know? These physics engines, they're a mess. So close. I really do gotta be weaving to the right side there. I'm getting further, but getting this initial timing down is really tricky. That would have actually been an okay. That would have been an okay thing to be on the right side of that platform. Oh, what am I doing? Get out of here. Darling, I've been dealing with nonsense longer than you've been alive. All right. Oh, please, streamer. The world is filled with nonsense. You're nothing but a drop in the bucket. I'm just a little drop in the bucket. All right. Maybe it's supposed to be going left. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Nope, never mind. It's impossible. Golden GG, I think you got a gifted sub earlier. Oi, Golden GG, how are you doing? We're playing Supersonic Monkey Ball. Supersonic dies constantly. That's the reason why I don't want to go left, is because I can't stick on that main platform for very long. So if I'm gonna do that, I think I gotta aim for the inside, like this. Oh, that does seem a little bit easier, doesn't it? That does seem a mite easier. A mite. It might be easier. Not even close.
Ready?
Not even close. Yeah. Yeah, boy. You know, I think my car got broken into again, but it doesn't matter because I took everything out of it. Oh, but it's getting fixed anyway. So the locks are gonna be fixed one way or another. I'm gonna start locking my car no matter what. No matter what happens, even if my alarm goes off all the time, I gotta start locking it. Oh, it's late for you? Oh, we'll see you later, Fluffy. We'll see you later, Fluffy. Get some rest. Get some rest. Enjoy your evening. We love you, Fluffy. It was nice to monkey around with you for a bit. Oh, they grabbed that. They grabbed that right from under my bun buns. They stole my platform. Oh, they stole my heart as well. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. Into the unknown. Oh, no. The unknown doesn't look so good. Let's go, Volcanic Magma, level 10. We got it. Slow down. Ooh, super speed Sonic mode. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty good. You're welcome. You're welcome. Don't worry, I'll do covers for any song that you want. Into the unknown. Into the commode. Into the commode. Wow, 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 wow. You've been listening to that for a while, Delphina? Delphina, I didn't know that you had kids. Here we go. Fall out.
Ready?
Far out. Fall out, boy. Ah, you got somebody else's kids. You got somebody else's kids for a little bit. All right, we'll avoid it. We'll avoid it. Frozen songs are too much. Into the unknown. The grass is overgrown. Wah, 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 wah. They are obsessed. They're still obsessed. That's an old movie. Those kids should get up with the times. I can't believe that those kids aren't watching Squid Game. They're way behind the curve, man. Nobody's watching Frozen 2 anymore. They should be watching Zootopia or something, dude. Yahoo. Yahoo, Super Mario. Super dead. Super dead. My kids are covered in fur. Seems very preferable. Seems like my kind of kids. The kids that are not even human.
Fall out.
Dang it! So close, dude.
Ready, go.
I feel like we're getting close to you guys. 2-year-olds are a little young for Squid Game.
out.
I feel like they could participate.
Ready,
I feel like they could participate. Maybe they could make Squid Game Junior. Squid Game Junior, only on Nickelodeon. These kids are killing each other. I guess Squid Game Junior is just the Hungry Games. Hunger Games, aka Squid Game Junior. Only on Nick Jr. Oh! Oh, I think that we can do it though. I think we got it.
ready, go.
I could feel it, you guys. I just felt the power flow through me. I just felt it. It felt like the power left me for a moment, but now it's back. It's back and it's stronger than ever. What? But what?
Ready, go.
But I thought, what do I do now? I'm lost. Lost and insecure. Let's watch. Which one gets close? I'm cheesed to meet you. Okay, so I guess you have to stop on that last one. That sucks. Am I really gonna be able to recover from that? Am I gonna be able to mentally recover from this game? Is there any way to recover your momentum in time to be able to make it across? 6, you have to stop there, I guess.
Ready,
No, am I on a different tile? I can't tell which tile I'm on. I get so in my head while I'm sliding. Cuz you have to go so fast.
fall out.
Maybe I just got to hook a hard right, I guess.
Go.
I guess I've got to hook it there at the end, like super duper hard. Okay, hard left, hard right. Too hard. Too hard. Too difficult.
Ready, go.
Yeah, it's gotta be the last one. I've been bamboozled. I'm cheesed to meet you. Hook a hard right. No. Which one am I on?
Go.
Am I going too fast again? You can never tell with these games. You can never tell if you're going too fast and not fast enough. Sorry there, streamer. Looks like you're dead.
Fall
Sorry
out.
there, streamer. Hate to see you dead like that.
Ready,
Yeah, it seems like I'm not making it to the last tile. Looks like we got to make it to the right. Be careful. Oh, thanks. These tiles are moving so fast that my momentum is not carried by them.
fall out.
Your speed is 2 speed. How fast do you have to do this one? 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Isn't that insane? Look, we're already to 5. Look at that.
Fall out.
We only had 4 seconds left after we just died. Whenever I just died, I had 4 seconds left. I've got like no time. I've got no time at all. It must be done perfectly. Dang, dude.
Out.
It's a breakneck pace. Is there something stupid that I'm doing? There's not another button back here. Is there any way that we don't press that button? No, absolutely not. There's no way that we can beat it while not pressing that button. Right? Right? It's got to be impossible. Why would the button be there? As a trap?
Ready,
No.
go.
That button can't be a trap, because look, right here, it'll be 15 seconds before I can even get over here. And 10. And 15 right there. Nope, no way. If anything, maybe you would jump from something else, but there's no ledge here.
Go.
You can't gain enough speed on this ledge. No way. There's no jumps on any of these sides.
Fall out. Ready, go.
No way. It's got to be that. It's got to be that. But what do I... Okay, let me watch it in slow motion. Okay, so I'm on the platform right now. I'm sliding in. Take a left. Take a right. Connect. And I have to turn around somehow and shift my momentum. That's insane. That's insane movement. You have to somehow reverse your momentum You have to go full speed and then somehow turn all the way around. You have to chuck a Yui. Or you have to make a U-turn on that side. Oh boy. Okay, so I definitely need to just be going left there. Okay, I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. This is the one. This is the one. My time to shine. Sonic, give it up. Dang it. Give it up for Sonic, I mean. Thank you for the amazing place to lurk. It was fun, but I gotta sleep now. All right, Shiny, enjoy your sleep. We'll see you later. Much love to Shiny. I hope you enjoyed your soulsing. Hope you enjoyed your Dark Souls. I'm glad that I could give you a place to hang out. I love you, Shiny. Have a good sleep. Have a good sleep. Have the best dreams. So glad that I could stream today. I almost didn't get to, and I was so upset. I was so upsetty spaghetti, but now I'm happy. But now I'm happy, and I can roll into the lava in peace. Hooray! Also, how many Sonics are getting killed here? I wish that there was a kill counter up in the corner. Feels good, man. Feels good to kill Sonic this many times. After that Sonic movie, I've wished violence upon the lad for a while. It's been out for a while. It's been a while since I saw Sonic dabbing and doing the floss. He must die more times. More times for that horrendous movie. At least they redesigned him. I can feel it, though. I can feel it. That was right. That was good. That was good and right. Yes. And the Lord looked upon Sonic and he said, "This is good." Yep. You just gotta make it through the corners. I bet you still haven't watched the movie. Of course not. I mean, it's not that good, right? Isn't it just a little bit? Isn't it just kind of, you know, a movie? You know, it's not awful. It's not good. It's entertainment, right? Isn't the Sonic movie just entertainment? What did y'all think about it? Did y'all all watch it? And I'm the only one that didn't see it. Am I the only human on Earth that thinks that Sonic should be purple? You just gotta try harder. Blue Jay, you do that. I'm just kidding. I'll do it. Blue Jay, you've awakened my rage. How dare you? It's the best movie based on a video game. Well, you didn't like the Detective Pikachu movie. I liked the Detective Pikachu movie, so I doubt that I'd agree with you.
Ready, go.
Let me think about anything else. Are there any other video game movies? Mortal Kombat. Just kidding. Yeah, I really liked the Pikachu movie. What about the WoW movie? Oh, the World of Warcraft? I enjoyed that movie too. That's a pretty good movie as well. Although I did watch it as a kid, so I need to rewatch it. Need to rewatch the World of Warcraft movie. The graphics are godlike. You guys, I think this is impossible.
Ready,
what does the timing change whenever I go to the right side? Now I'm getting better at this. The right side seems even more difficult. Everything started going better whenever I took the left route. But maybe we can try some of our new moves.
ready, go.
Whee! Oh, frick, dude. Here we go. The WoW movie is actually very good. I watched it recently. I mean, listen, if you don't like it, I'll gimmick. I understand. I mean, it is a video game movie. A movie. A video game movie. You know that they're a mess. We all know that if it's based on a video game, it probably sucks. Ah, no! But yeah, I enjoyed Detective Pikachu. I doubt that Sonic's gonna dethrone that. For me. For my preferences. Oh, that seems easier. Dude. Also drinking vodka to give you a gauge of age without saying it. Oh, well. You can say your age, Silver Palm, just so long as... Well, never mind. No, you can just say your age. There's no reason why you wouldn't say your age unless you want to keep it private, which I totally understand. I totally understand. You want to keep it private? Then do that. Everybody's got a different gauge for privacy that they want to have online. Like, I didn't have an option to not share my age online because my sister already shared it online. So my comfort already was quite different than normal. Dang, dude. Dang, dude. Ah. I don't know how to do this. Sonic was genuinely enjoyable.
Ready,
I mean, it looks like entertainment, you know? It looks like entertainment, smells like entertainment. Frick. Oh, I don't want to share it so that it doesn't cause a cascade of people to share it in chat, and then you have to have people underage and they have to be banned. I mean, but kids under 13 aren't supposed to have accounts, so I appreciate the thought, though, Silver Palm. That's very thoughty of you. That's very thoughty of you, Witter Woman. Boy, yo, yo, yo. I do like how there is a Disney movie that has the word thoughty in it. It's in it's in Robin Hood. They say thoughty, but of course they're like shortening thoughtful, but it's still funny. Thoughty is in a Disney movie. I never thought that I'd see the day. Oh, when we're dead. Yeah, exactly. They're not supposed to be, but they do frequently. It's true. It's true. We don't need no 13-year-olds around here. We're just a bunch of adults trying to hang out and have a good time. Whoa! It seems like you could...
Ready, go!
What is your boy supposed to do? I feel like I'm being stupid. Am I being dumb? Can I look up how people do this? Should I look it up? Am I being stupid?
Ready,
How are you supposed to do this? There's no how to play. That's what I need. Oh. Toggle minimap size. Oh. Slow motion. Open pause menu. This trying to change the map size. Oh, that's kind of cool. You can zoom all the way out if you felt like it. Okay, so let me watch this pattern. It's impossible for me to tell. I can't understand the route because they move so weirdly. They move so weirdly. I might have to take a little break from this map because I don't think that I understand it. I think I just genuinely don't understand what I'm supposed to do here to make it. I definitely don't think that you're supposed to bounce.
ready, go!
The WoW movie was okay, kind of cheesy. I felt like it would have been better if it was entirely rendered versus live action. What? Was there live action in that movie? I thought that it was all 3D. If it was entirely rendered versus the live action that probably needed a little more time in the cooker in terms of CGI. Oh.
Ready,
I think whenever I watched it, I thought it was fully CGI. Sonic! Oi! It's Obst! Obsty! How are you doing? Hooray! Obst! Hello! How are you doing? Oi! How are you enjoying Dread? How are you enjoying Dread? I never dread seeing Obst in the chat. Obsty! I'm trying to play Super Sonic over here. Gotta go fast. Ah! Gotta get dead. Gotta get deady. Good. I was gonna say no monkey business, but you're Sonic. Okay. I ruined your pun. Aw. Oops. Penny for your thoughts? Oh dear. Oh no. Just kidding. I don't want your thoughts. I've got thoughts enough of my own. Dread is dreadful. Dreadful. What? Dreadful? A breadful game for everybody? Metroid getting that bread edition?
ready, go!
I found it, it's somewhat frustrating, but it is fun. It's fun, but I had real trouble with Dr. Zebus and his big belly of doom. His big belly of doom is pretty disgusting. I actually had some of my people dip out of chat for that part. That is so gross, and it made me really uncomfortable. You made me really uncomfortable, buddy. I liked you better in Super Mario Smash Brothers. I liked you a lot better in Melee, okay? Whenever you were in the background, and it was like... And then he flips the stage. Do y'all remember that? Some people have tummy problems. I don't want to have like it looked like he had splinters in his stomach. Disgusting. Who would eat wood like that? I also felt like they spent a lot of time trying to set up the franchise. Ooh, uh-oh. That's the forbidden fruit. That's the forbidden apple that all studios must avoid, is trying to set up a franchise like Scoob. Frick! Ah! Let me win! You're a disgusting monster apologist? Oh, I know. You love Stinky. Oops, like Stinky. I don't know how to do this level, you guys. I don't get it. Golden GG. It is fun. It's a good game. It's a fun game. I'm enjoying it. I'm glad that I swapped it out for the PS5 version so that I get these trophies. You know me so well.
Ready, go!
I don't think I know you as well as your chat does. But I'm a big Ope stan. I stand on Opes. Here we go. Ah!
Fall out.
This level sucks. This level sucks big time. This level sucks the big banana. Wait. Hang on. Hello, fellow kids. It's Jedi. Oi, oi, oi.
Ready?
Jedi, how are you doing? Hey, it's good to see you. Look, we're not playing a gross game, I promise. Whee! I win. This is how you win. Oh, we had it. We had it. That was the big win.
Go.
Just get good. I'm trying. I'm trying to get good. It's hard. It's hard to get good whenever you're bad. That was almost godlike.
Ready?
That was almost godlike, as Kanye would say. As Kanye would say, I am the Gulabulab. The scribble double. Oh boy.
Ready? Go.
Sometimes I wish I was a real monkey so that I didn't have to play monkey ball.
Fall out.
This must be the new monkey game. It is. Yeah. This must be the next monkey game that they made. Monkey 3. Looks pretty good. I rate it 1 banana.
Fall
Ah!
out.
Frodo, how are you doing?
Ready?
What's up, Protocol? I've never seen you before. I hope you're having a good day. I'm trying to roll, but I'm suffering. I'm suffering, just like all of us, really. Oh,
Fall out.
it's impossible.
Ready?
Actually unbeatable, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they broke the game whenever they made it, and they... You know how they put sugar, spice, and everything nice? Well, they accidentally broke the...
Fall out.
They dumped in too much hard juice.
Ready? Go.
Too much claw, you guys. Too much claw got into this game. Sorry. Unfortunately, you reached into the liquor cabinet, put too much hard juice.
Ready?
You're browsing around, figured you'd stop by. Well, what the heck? It's nice to meet you. Yeah, we're playing the monkey game. We're playing the monkey game and stuff. Hanging out in Halloween. This is not a spooky game. I'm supposed to be playing spooky games this month, but I've broken my own rules. I've broken my own rules like the animal that I am. This is why I have to play the monkey game. You act like a monkey, you become the monkey.
Ready?
But we'll probably play some spooky games later. I also have some cool costumes I'm gonna be wearing. It's true. It's true. This Hallows Eve, I'm gonna be a skeleton. Just kidding.
Ready?
The hedgehog game apparently. Well, I mean, I can switch it to monkey mode. Maybe if I change to tails, then we'd actually win. This level is hard as crap, though. We are trying to do a specific challenge, and it is. It hurts. It hurts me. It hurts so bad. My legs. My legs. All right, hang on. Watch this. We're gonna switch skin. Let's buy a new character. We got a bunch of bananas. We got so many bananas. We can buy anything that we want. Okay, let's buy a new character. Let's buy Tolls. Hang on. We can also be Bobblehead Kiryu. Dame da name, dame o, dame nano yo. Antaga, suki de, suki de. So, what kind of balls we got here? These are all lame. I don't like. Oh, monkey ball. I like that. We're buying the monkey ball. Poles is in the game. It's true. Tails is in this game. I can't believe it. Let's try Mr. Damadane first.
Main game. Here he is.
Kazuma Kiryu.
Oh man, Kazuma kill you. All right, the final level. Wait, I didn't change my ball.
Ready? Go.
Look at him, he's a little man. What's that, beer? What? Oh my god. I did not expect that.
Ready?
I did not expect that there'd be alcohol references in this game. Mom, I can't play this game. Turn your eyes, kids. Turn your eyes. Our monkey's drinking.
Ready? Go.
This game says cartoon violence. That's it. No alcohol references. Ay. My boy's drinking and rolling. Drinking and rolling. That's illegal in 17 states.
Fall out. Ready?
All the good ones. Here we go. All right. Now we're gonna beat it. We're gonna beat it as a small man. The small man undoubtedly has a. It's just a protein drink. Why does it say XX? Why does it say X on it then? That's some intense protein. Is there protein in alcohol? What? Here we go. Here we go. You got it, boy. Boy.
Fallout. Ready? Go.
Sometimes, you guys. Oh no.
Fallout.
Really though? Are you streaming on Halloween? Probably.
Ready?
I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Play a spooky game or something. Whee! Carve a pumpkin? I don't know. Maybe I'll not do anything IRL though.
Ready? Go.
I don't know. It's a Sunday. Bless. Yeah, we need to do a 24-hour stream sometime. Gotta do a 24-hour stream sometime this month. I don't know when. So you go across, slide onto here, slide onto there, and then you slide. But dude, this is too difficult.
Ready?
You can't do it while it's mega mode. Am I thinking about this stage all wrong? You have to slow down here to slide here. Can I slow down?
Fallout.
I've never successfully slowed down on one of these platforms. I don't understand the momentum. Okay, here we go. We're gonna do it this time. This time, I'm gonna just go across, and I'm gonna try to stop on, like, this one. No, it slides out from under you. It doesn't keep the momentum.
Ready? Go.
Okay. You glad that this game's $40? Yeah, that's definitely right. Yeah, this is definitely a $40 game for sure.
Fallout.
For sure. If this was 60, I don't even think that I would have picked it up. It was so good that I bought it twice. Here's your living proof. It was so cheap. I just had to buy it twice. I couldn't help myself. I saw Monkey and I gave away all my bananas. I would give all my bananas for a Monkey game.
Go.
I had to buy it twice. It was so good. Only $80 for 2 games. What a deal. Yeah. If you get a season pass on most games, it's $80. Dude, how?
Fallout.
How, dude? How do you do this?
Go.
I don't get it because I can't turn around. Are you just supposed to get lucky? Because I've gotten lucky on a couple of these levels and the physics just like shot me across the map. That works.
Fallout.
That works, but
Ready?
I was so close. No, I wasn't. I wasn't actually close. I know that it looked close, but I have to watch the platforms. You see that far platform? It slides over to the escape, and that's the only way to get it. You see that? It goes slide, and it only slides one way too. Nice. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So there is a superior way of doing this. It is either left or right, but it cannot be both. You see what I mean? Because that final platform is the only one that touches the exit. See, that's why I wasn't close. It's got to be that, you guys. It has to be the right side. I've been a fool. I've been a fool. Honestly, you've never played this type of game? Proto, if you're interested in this game, same for Lupus, I would suggest Katamari Damacy. I would suggest Katamari. Katamari has the rolling mechanics, but it's a lot more fun. It's a lot more fun in my opinion.
Go.
But I've already played Katamari like 6 times, so I still need my rolling fix. I need my fix of rolling. But yeah, Katamari still has the rolling mechanic, but it's a little more satisfying, a little more fun.
Ready?
The music is wild as crap, but yeah, this is a great challenge though. This is a good challenge. I mean, if you're down for a difficult game, you got this one for sure. Oh, boy.
Fallout.
Yeah, right only has 2 full turns.
Ready? Go.
What are you saying? What did you just say? Also, Linz, welcome back. You feeling better? Are you feeling better? I'm sorry that you felt crappy. Oh, I'm dead.
Fallout.
Seems like that's it, you guys.
Ready?
You just needed a nap? No. Linz needed a nap. Yeah. Frick.
Fallout.
Gosh darn. You've got to jump it, right?
Ready?
You have to just jump it. Yes, theoretically, you only need to turn twice to face the goal. Wait, what? You'll need it to turn twice to what is that? Face? Bruh. You want the character skins to have more personality? Yeah, Katamari doesn't have skins or anything. Katamari is just a small little munchkin. Just a small little munchkin pushing a big old rock. But yeah, these characters,
Ready? Go!
I mean, if they made it more like particles and stuff, it might be a little distracting, to be honest. Might be a little distracting. Oh, crap.
Fall
There's
out.
already kind of a lot going on. I thought that I was going to get a headache whenever we started playing this game. I thought that it was going to be too much, but the longer I've played this, the more like I understand the perspective, I guess.
Fall out.
And it's not bothering me.
Ready? Go!
I guess that they've had like 15 years to make it so that it doesn't give you motion sickness. They've had 15 years to perfect the formula. But yeah, it would be nice if there was I don't know, what else could you have?
Fall out.
You can have the skins, the ball can be different.
Go!
I don't know, maybe you could do lighting effects. That'd be kind of cool. There are multiple game modes that you can unlock. Dark Banana, for example. I don't even know what that is. But there are challenges that I have to do to get 100%. So, you know, I'm at least going to try them. Ah, that jump's going to ruin me. How do you slow down, dude? More dialogue?
Ready? Go!
Or let's just let you... I mean, we could turn it off if we wanted to. I would turn it off if we played this any longer. But I don't think that I'm going to get too frustrated.
out.
Yeah, fall out. Fall out.
Ready? Go!
Like, let's see. What does it feel like if I turn it off? What happens if I turn off the dialogue? Copyright notice? Did I just see copyright notice? Yoshi! Hey, Yoshi fan, what's up? It's Yoshi fan. How are you doing? Yoshi! More dialogue for falling like, you lose. Nice shot. Nice approach. Bad job. You lose.
I missed. Oh my god.
Why? 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 He was so young. Kiryu's dead. Dame dame. Dame-o. Dame nano-yo. Oh, it's better without the voices? Here, I'll do it for you. Fall out. Fall out, boy. Dang it. My bad. My bad. There hasn't been a new entry to the Katamari series since 2011. It makes Reroll coming out in 2018. Just remakes. Yeah, didn't the guy who made Katamari leave Japan for some reason? I saw some news about the devs having some sort of an issue with the country or something. Dude, I don't know what it was. The Bakamitai Man. Yeah, yeah. We are the Bakamitai Man. Oi, yeah, Vio. You nailed it. Bakamitai. Frick, dude. We had it, dude. We had it, dude. That was it. That was it. We were golden. It was Golden Week, you guys. It was Golden Week in Japan, and we had it. Can you stop dying? Excuse me? Any ideas if the game will go on sale? This game or Katamari? Either one of these is on... What station are you on? What PlayStation? What console do you use? If you use PC... I bet it'll definitely be on sale in winter. But there's sales that go on Steam all the time. As far as PlayStation, it's really hard to predict. But new games, I mean, it normally takes a few months. How do I slow down? Oh, on Switch? Well, you could probably get it pre-owned pretty soon. But yeah, there's definitely going to be no pre-owns of this for a little while. But for being on sale on the eShop, I have not found the Nintendo eShop to have deals very often, personally. I personally rarely see a deal that I'll go for. I like to get games like this on physical edition as well, so that I can sell it back. So that I can get rid of it. I gotta get rid of this before anybody knows that I got the monkey game. I don't want people to know. I have to hide it. What if my parents visited? I need to be able to yeet this off the shelf, you know? Ah, crap. He moved to San Fran in 2012 and helped on a game that shuttered pretty quickly. Oh. No news about him since. Katamari's so much fun. Although it is kind of sweet, I guess, that there's only a few games. They're so good. It doesn't feel like they've taken advantage of it yet. We need more. I need more roll. But yeah, you're probably looking at waiting at least a month or two until this goes on sale for anything like significant. Maybe you could get 20% off. Oh yeah, and what about Black Friday? I bet you could get a Black Friday deal. That's after Thanksgiving, Friday after Thanksgiving, sometime in November. I bet you it'll be on sale then. Ah, frick. We might have to just go to the next level, you guys, and start practicing our techniques of other things. I don't know if I'm gonna make it over here. Ah, dang. Now we went too slow. Yeah, you just somehow gotta stop, you guys. Somehow you gotta stop. I don't know how. Don't know how to stop. Because you go so fast. Maybe I have to just revert it. You can do it! Okay, Rio, we're gonna do it! This time. Here we go. Slow it down. Then win. You have to anticipate it. You cannot go whenever it moves, because once it moves, it's too late. Some things were like that in Metroid as well. Some of the Metroid stuns, like, you had to anticipate them because you couldn't respond to them. You just had to know when they showed up. I hate that. Whoa! Whoa! Stopping. Crap. I almost stopped. Whoa. Slowing down, and go. Oops. I stopped. In a manner of speaking, I did stop. I perished. But you know, do you ever stop until you die? Not really. Oh, that was too close. Now we're busted. We're freaking busted. I just need to get spanked over the finish line. Can somebody just spank me across? Somebody just spank me across the finish line. Yeah, you either die a legend or you get milked long enough to be a disgusting franchise. Katamari's like a sitcom. Yeah, it's not your Simpsons. It's not your Simpsons. It's not your Family Guy. What's an example of a show that ended at exactly the right time? In your opinion, what is a show that ended at exactly the right time and needed absolutely nothing else? And it would have been ruined if they kept going with it. Go, 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 go. Steven Universe. Just kidding. Ooh, here we go. Oh, dang it, I bumped. The party was bumping, you guys. Let's see. What would I say is a show that ended at the right time? I mean, there's a million animes that did 12 episodes, and that was perfect. Yeah, I guess Steven Universe ended in a good spot. You're right. Oh, what? You just have to forgive. Listen, if we could have forgave Hitler, then it would have been so much easier, right? If you can just forgive people no matter how evil they get, then it'll automatically make them good, of course. Yes, forgiveness. That's all that we need. Solves all woes. Forgives all travesties. Imagine Samus rolling in this ball, dude. Samus. Let's go. We actually did play the most recent Metroid game. Metroid Dread, but I don't know. I'm not satisfied. I need another Metroid Prime, please. Another Metroid Prime, please. Oh, boy. I'm sorry, Kenny, I got distracted. On the upside, I made a target out of a... What? I made a target out of a devil emoji pillow, and I can't remember what I wanted. What? Why I wanted some thread and part of the scrap things from a mask? What the heck? Laura said, don't apologize for that. Don't apologize. Welcome back. Welcome back. I don't know why you did any of that either. Prime 4 comes out next year, supposedly. Oh my god, that was it. But not? Which level is this? Ah, this guy's not completing it on the difficult setting. He's not doing the speed run. That's not the speed run. Is there no footage of the speed run thing being beaten? I don't see it. I don't see it. It's not on YouTube. There's not a YouTube video of this being beaten. 210 under 15. No, there it is. There it is. Is this it? Is this what I'm looking for? Oh boy. Alternative. Done by Deku Hammer. Deku Hammer with 6 subscribers. Let me see this. Okay, so far level's doing exactly the same as I was doing. What the heck? How did they do that? How did they do that? That does not look possible. I think that they're using a different ball. I think they're using a different physics engine, because that is not how it acts for me. What are they getting backspin on this ball? How did that? What the fripp? Well, they went left. That's something. They went left. I don't know how. Huh. Well, I mean, they went left. Their ball has brakes? Can you believe it? Yeah, it's just got like a giant brake that's just connected to the ball. They went way slower than me, like this. Exactly like that. Yep, that's what they did. And they somehow won. Just kidding. They went straight over there. Boop. And then they slowed down right here. And they kind of just went roll like that. They somehow rolled on that corner. But they went really slow. It was really strange. They went down immediately, and then they kind of hopped on this corner, rolled, and then they did turn around. They actually turned around and rode it back. It's crazy, dude. So I feel like I've been rushing it. That's what the deal is. The deal is that I've been rushing it too fast. It's not, you don't have to go as fast as I thought. I almost got it. You just have to move to the right. You don't even slow down. You just slow a bit naturally. The momentum is confusing as crap, but okay, that was me. I aimed wrong. Speed running shenanigans. Yeah, I think that I just had too much momentum. Oh, okay, that was me. That was me. I messed up a little bit. I would turned a little bit too far to the right. We've got it now. We've got the sucker under control. Oh dear. Might still have time though. Oh, see, we almost got it. My speed was too speed. Yes.
The speed was too speedy. It couldn't be done with that much speed. You have to slow down. SpongeBob SquarePants. A fry cook for Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs, I'll get that Krabby Patty secret formula.
Slow down now. Slow down, now die. That's right. Good job. Good job, now you're dead. Boop. Dang it. Now I die. This is where I go to cry. This level. Fries. Yum yum. I'd be a fry cook if it means I get free French fries. Yeah, I might have to go get some food tonight. Yeah, Earl getting food tonight. I don't get how they do that part. How do they do that last turn? Oh my gosh. Okay, so the person that did this, they did artificially slow down there by hitting the edge. They hit the edge and almost fell off. So that's telling me that at least for this person's method, it requires some luck. I'm sure that there's ways to make that more likely to happen, but those physics are wild. Yeah, they hit this edge. They hit that edge. Oh my gosh. Do you keep the bananas that you collect when you die? Thankfully, Blue Jay, this game works on the principle of you complete a mission and it's done. So you first will complete a speed run, then you complete collecting all the bananas, then you can collect multiple endings. Like, they can be done at different times, thankfully. So you do not have to do all things at all times. You only have to do each challenge once. Otherwise, this would be entirely impossible. They would actually have to change the way that these levels work, because you cannot collect the bananas fast enough. It is clever to do it this way because you can make the level stretch in different ways. Like, we're totally playing it different than you would trying to collect all the beer. Excuse me, not bananas, beer. If you're gonna get all the booze, you got a different strategy. You got to choose booze or speed. Which one's it gonna be, folks? Kind of like that, almost like that. Oh boy. A lot more content than I thought there would be. Did you see this level list, Proto? Did you see it? Holy crap. Look at this. It's 10 levels per zone. See, look, we got all these. And there's a bunch of missions on them. There's at least 4 per. Or 3, I suppose. There's Under the Ocean. Look at it. Just look at all these. We've only completed 2 of them. We completed all of Jungle Island. Nice. Volcanic Magma is what we're working on right now. Boop, right there. But look at all these zones. Lots of zones. There's also multiple modes. And I think that there's also Super Monkey Ball 1 and 2 levels. I'm not sure about that. You gotta go forage for food? Sounds good. Go get some noms. I love that goose. The goose foraging. Kimmy, go get some noms. But yeah, it's got a lot to play, Proto. Now we beat it. Now we beat this level. Wow, I can't believe it. Wow, we beat it just like that. Just like that? Really? Okay. This level has now become my arch nemesis, and I will never sleep until it's defeated. Sleep does not come easy to a challenger like me. No. Sleep does not come easy to our friend Kiryu here. Kiryu Kazuma. Dame. Dame nano. Oh, there was a little bit of a bump there. There's a little bit of a bump. A simple mistake. Anybody could have made that mistake. Anybody could have made that mistake. That mistake, only I could have made that mistake. That one's a Earl classic. That's a Kenny classic. And you know that's spelled with another K. English language ain't got nothing on me. Oops. Oopsies. No, I don't need a helper function. The lava's still drying you out. Ooh, Blue Jay, you keep making that comment like you're the one that redeemed the sip break. Let's go. Oh, what the heck was that? Why did I bounce? No bounce necessary. Yeah, there's no bounces to beat this level. This is a no bounce level. Get out of the bounce house, honey. You're 50 years old. Frick. Dang it! Uncle Frick, how dare you? Uncle Frick, I trusted you with this family. Silence, Mortimer. Silence, Mortimer. That's no way to talk to your Uncle Frick. Hang on. You have to anticipate all the movement. All of the momentum is completely unknown. It's a slippery game, you guys. Slippery like a snake. Slippery. Crap. So there's like 140 levels? It says that there are 300 stages. Roll more than 300 stages. So I'm guessing that it's 301. More than 300. So 301 half. 1/2 of a stage is included. Thank goodness. I think that there's some sort of a multiplayer mode, though. I don't know if it's counting those. Crap. It was redeemed regardless. Yes, I need to get a sip. But I want to win. Dama de whoops. Dame-o. Dame. Damono. Domino. Ah! It stinks. Man, this game ain't nothing but a monkey game. This game's for the birds. This game's for monkeys. I don't want to play this monkey game anymore. Listen, nephew, why are you playing this monkey game? Nephew, I'm gonna have to ask you a few questions, all right? Come sit next to me, nephew. We need to talk about the video games that you've been playing recently. Me and the boys are worried about you. You've been playing too much of these monkey games. You know, if they're planning on updating it, I can pretty much guarantee you they're not going to update this game. But that's just the Earl of Suds guarantee. Doesn't mean too much. But I can pretty much guarantee you they're not going to update this game. I would bet they're not gonna make DLC either, but it's possible they might make DLC. But I really doubt it. This doesn't seem like the right game for DLC. $40 has probably a lot of reused content. They don't normally update or give DLC for games like this. If this was like the last Monkey Ball game, then they might do like a 10-year anniversary DLC, but I doubt it. I doubt it. 40 bucks, what you see is probably what you get. But again, I would suggest to you just getting it used and buying it from GameStop or whatever your local video game dealer, and just being patient if you can. I understand, because there's been games that I was like, I'll wait, and then I got a really good deal, and then there's some games that I'm like, I cannot wait. I am sorry. My pocketbook will suffer for this. My wallet shall suffer from this one. But yeah, this game ain't going nowhere. And it seems like a good game to jump into the franchise. I've never played any Monkey Ball games, so I'm not a professional baller. I ain't been balling for long. I've been balling for about 4 hours or something. 4 hours or something, I don't know. So confused. I've got the right idea. We are going on the correct route. But how fast do you go? Gonna watch this one more time. Okay, they hop on there, roll straight, and then they get kind of stuck on that edge. Whew, it looks like the ending's very difficult as well. Even if I got past some of the challenges that I'm stuck on, it's still rough. Because you gotta slow down. Oh, 3 hours? Oh yeah, I haven't been going for as long as I thought, because I had to start the stream late. Because I had to get my car. I gotta get my car fixed. I'm probably not gonna have a car for a few days, which is very disturbing. I just realized I won't be able to pick up food tonight. I'm glad nobody gave me pizza money, because I can't get pizza right now. Is your car okay? It's got an AC problem. I've got to get the AC looked at. But with Texas weather, AC is kind of like you either fix the AC or you buy a new car. Like literally, like no kidding. No kidding. You've got to, if your AC doesn't work, then your car is not viable as transportation. Gotta get the AC fixed, and unfortunately the people I brought it to are not going to be able to fix my security system, but I just gotta start larking the car. I gotta lark me car just in case. And I've got to get my car detailed. That's the other thing. I need my car to be clean. It's got to be clean for the trip. It's got to be spotless. It's got to be beautiful. It's already going to be kind of ugly, so I got to make it look as good as possible. Oh, so close. Oof, my AC died in the summer once, and it was awful. Oh yeah, for real. I've had AC die in my car at least like 3 or 4 times. This ain't my first rodeo. I've just had the AC out for like a few weeks now. I don't really care. Just roll down the windows. Just rolling down the windows. It's nothing like that. I used to have a car that had leather seats, and that is miserable. You had to go 4 summers in Memphis with no AC? Jedi, holy crap. You were broke? I mean, AC is expensive. That's why I said you either fix the AC or you sell the car, because sometimes it's worth selling the car. Sometimes the AC is too expensive. Too much? Depends on your car, I guess. If it's already got problems, you might have to say goodbye to old Bessie. The compressor was shot. That's what I'm hoping it is not. I heard my car was making weird noises before the AC went out, so I think that it might be a belt. I hope that it's just the AC belt, because it's got a lot of miles on it, and I doubt that it's been changed yet. It was going squeak, 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 squeak. It was super loud. It was super loud, and then one day it just stopped, and the AC went out the same day. So I hope it's that. Whoa! There we go. Now we're done. This game's stinky. Okay, I'm gonna have to change levels. Let me get a sip. Thank you for the water. Whoever did that. Okay, let's practice another level for a bit. Back to the stage select. Boom. All right, sweet. Let's practice some of this under the ocean business. And that means that we can change to tails. Oh, down here. Okay, there we go. We got tails, and yeah, let's play this next area. Under the ocean. Organic form. This one's scary. This is a scary level. I don't like it. Wiggly. Oh, I wonder if... Okay, that speeds it up. We gotta go back here and slow it down. Yeah, it's been a little while now since I've played a normal level. Okay. I don't know how this works. Can you ride in the middle? Kind of just go left and then right and then left. Oh, well, I mean, we almost got that speed run. Okay. Maybe you do it super fast. You gotta like turn left and right at the right time. I don't know if you can do it at this speed. Oh, no. No, I don't think so. Maybe. Ah! Whoa, Tails, you can do it. Toles. Go, buddy, go. Oh, that's probably not fast enough, but maybe. Maybe. Is that the speed run? Let's see. That's clear, complete. What else did we get? Perfect, clear. Okay. Oh, and the time limit. Nice. Okay, so we can go back and we can connect more bananas. Eternal partner. What the heck does that mean? Maybe that's for not changing it. Reversible gear. Let's grab some banana. Grab the bonus bananas back here. All right, Toles. All right, Toles, you got this, buddy. By reversible, it means reversing. Okay, so you got to dip in and grab those because they're super valuable. Oh, we'll see you later. Enjoy your food, slimy salamander. It was nice to hang out with you, friendo. Whoops. Okay, you gotta go eat. Enjoy, my friend. We'll see you later, salamander. Don't forget, tomorrow's movie night if you want to watch. We're gonna be watching Over the Garden Wall. Ah, boy, that's rough. That's rough. Can you stay in the center? I kind of doubt it. Pretty sure it's just gonna spank you. Yep, it slides you all the way out, so you cannot... You might not need that many bananas to get through there. Ooh, I can almost bounce off. But I also saw the exit. It looks like you got to do this in time. There, exit. This goes really fast. Whoa, it looks like they're angled to throw you. Yeah. But I can't reverse my momentum enough to grab, I don't think. It has to stop. It has to come to a complete stop. Oops. That's not a complete stop. It spins a lot further than you'd think. This music is like very modern. Very modern. Okay, so you can get spanked a little bit. Not too much. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, fine. Alchemic, welcome back. What'd you find? What did you wrestle up? Did you wrestle up something tasty, friend? Let's see. Where's this entrance? Entrance is... way back here. Oh, it changes each time. Okay, so it... How are you supposed to guess? One of the exits is here. Oh, there we go. Nice, dead. Man, you gotta make it. You gotta go quick. You made a fluffer nutter. What is that? Is that a peanut butter and banana? No, that's not peanut butter and banana. That's peanut butter and marshmallow. I haven't had a fluffer nutter in forever. I don't ever have marshmallows. Ah, so close. If I just aimed correctly, I just went boing right off the edge. I went boyon. Where's the other exit? Over here? Scary. And oops, wrong one. Whoop. Well, I still got some money. I got some money. Your mistakes. You will be well paid for your mistakes. Ah! Oh no! I'm so scared. I hate it, and the more coins that I earn, the worse I feel. Ah! Let me in. Ah! I got it. Nice. Okay. The speed run on this one's gonna be a mess. Goodness. Whoa! Hurts my eyes. The replay hurt my eyes. Okay, let's go back to stage select. What are the missions on this thing? That's gonna be rough. Any amount of bananas here is gonna be sad. 30 bananas, 15-second time limit. Okay, so there's got to be an efficient way to get through there. Can you slow it down? Is there a button? I don't think so. Nope, no button. Okay. What's the speed run? You go straight through here. And then it stops where first? Oh, okay, it stops to the right side. I don't think you can make it around there. Let's try it, though. It goes right. I mean left, I'm sorry. Left. Through there? Possible? What do you think? Possible? It can spin one more time and it's still 15 seconds. Did you get the level with the lava done? No, I decided to take a little break. Decided to take a little break. We did not complete it. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. You could take my title away as streamer. I'm no longer streamer. I am just... I'm no longer a streamer boy. I am merely a beamer boy. Whee! Good, good. Oh, you don't want to miss it? I don't want to miss the look on your face when you win. Let's go. Just yell, slow down at the ball. Slow down! Alchemic wants to be there for the glory. 15 seconds is already up. Too bad. Too bad, so sad. Say goodbye to your robot dad. Because he's coming with me. Orange, you glad I said brick? Whoa, dead. Dead. 30 bananas is a lot, dude. I didn't want you to burn yourself out. Oh, yeah. I think that's going to happen anyway, but I appreciate it. Woo! There we go. We did. It's a little easier to get in there than I thought. Just like all of y'all's DMs. Whoops. Oh no. I fell down. Go, 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 go. Burn, burn, burn. Got him. Never mind. No. Well, Alchemic, my DMs are easy to get into as well. Losing. Oh, losing my mind. Hey, Kato, how are you doing? Kato, you sweet bean, how are you doing? Kato, stop being so sweet. Hey, that's illegal. No compliments. No compliments unless it's for the chef. Yeah! No! So close! Oh. Sadness. You got stabbed today? Alright. First stab or second stab? We all get stabbed twice in life. First time in the heart. Next time in the jugular. I don't want to be stabbed in my jugular. Not again. Oh, wait a second. Here we go. I've gone by many names. What's up? Welcome back. I thought I'd never see you ever again. It's good to see you. Welcome back, my friend. We're playing Monkey Town Deluxe. Monkey Town. Ooh, oh crap. Nope, we did. We're dead. We just killed Tails. Tails the Hedgehog. A fun stab or a bad stab? Oh, it'd be a fun one. Oh, you got jabbed. I got Mr. Crab. Whoa. Ruh-roh.
Have a bowl, Mr. Squidward.
Jinkies. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. You got your flu shot yesterday, new piercing today, cartilage, and you get your Pfizer booster. Ah, booster. I didn't know that you were small enough that you needed a booster. Also, Pog! Nice! That's godlike speed, you guys. That might be as fast as you can possibly go. That might be maximum speed there. I think that was max speed. Godlike times. World record. World record. 5 seconds. 5 seconds and 80 milliseconds. 5.8 seconds. Pretty good. Pretty good. What's the other thing that we need? Banana. We need 30 bananas from this stage. Ooh, boy. Ah, yes. Tails the Hedgehog. Wait a second. What is Tails? What is Tails? Is he a fox? Oh, is it Tails the fox? I thought they were all hedgehogs. I thought you were kidding about the echidna. Oh, they took my echidna. So how many bananas are here on the edges? He's a fox. Oh, foxes are way cuter than hedgehogs. Yeah, absolutely. Foxes are the cutest. Knuckles is an echidna. I don't even know what echidna is. It's echidna hat. Oh, don't die. I just collected all the money. Okay, so what? We get 17, and then we die. Then we do get to die, thankfully. That's one of the bright and shiny moments. So we get up to 17. Now we got a yoink. That one's a freebie. Bye-bye. He looks like an elephant to me. Oh, then wait a second. What is Shadow then? And obviously, Eggman is an egg. He's a human. He's a god. He's my Lord and Savior. Lord and Savior Eggman. He saved my life. He changed my life as well. For the better. Echidnas are spicy anteaters. Why spicy? Did you try one for lunch? Are you sure you had a fluffernutter? I think you might have had an echidna enchilada. Echidna enchilada. Uh-oh. Knuckles for lunch? Oh, dear. Zoom. Oh, spiny. I thought you said spicy. You ate an echidna in your enchilada. Whoa, dear. Whoa, dear. We're dead. Okay, I don't think that this fox can do it, you guys. Should we cheer him on, or should we just tell Tails that he can't do it? Should we tell Toles that he can't do it? Where'd you get Spicy? Spicy and Spiny are literally they're one letter off. They're one letter off. I'm trying to defeat this game. You guys be acting like there's more than one letter off. That's one letter. Spiny, S-P-I-N-S-P-I-C. That is literally almost exactly the same. It's as close as two words can be. Assuming that context is what it is, that's as close as words can possibly get. One letter away. Whee! And also, no, I do not know how to read. Please teach me. Tasukete kudasai. Wee. I already know that there's a bat in this game, but there's a bat in Supersonic. Supersonic Bat Edition. Can she see in the dark? Coin. Okay, so you gotta like be going reverse it. You gotta be going the reverse way so that you get boyoyoyoing. I have to get boyoyoyoing to be able to win. There's 88 coins on this. I think that a monster made this game. Very possibly. Very possibly a monster. Ooh. Always sometimes monsters. Oh, yeah, boy got the coin and then died. Yes, Rouge. Is it Rouge? Is that how you say that? Rouge the Bat. Not to be trusted, question mark? Rouge the Vampire Bat kills Sonic for $10. Oh, there's just a one coin. My Twitch payout was one Sonic coin. I can't believe that Tim the Tatman is making more money than me on Twitch. It's clearly unfair. Grab. Ah, no. Oh, I'm dead. Timothy, you failed me again. Maybe we'll skip this level. Maybe we skip this level. Just too much speed. Too much speed for my eyes. You also like Charmy. He's a bee. There's a bee in Sonic? How adorable. I didn't know that there were insects in that universe. Is he in Sonic Adventures 2? Sonic Adventures 2 and Sonic Unite are like the only Sonic games I'd think about playing on stream. Or Sonic Generations, whatever the Whatever the remake is. Crap, dude. No. Here we go. We saw the leak. We saw the leak. We looked up your earnings, Earl. You can't hide behind your wall of anonymity any longer. We know your true name. We know your true name, Shroud. Nice try. It's not me, I promise. Do you have any idea how bad I'd have to be? How bad I'd have to pretend to be? Ow! Too much trouble. It's me, Dr. Disrespect. You knew it. There we go. Boyan. Ooh, that's definitely one way to do it. Nice. We're at 32. What are we supposed to get to? 30? I think we're practically there. Crap, wrong one. Ah! Dang it. What's the name, dude? Oh yeah, Sonic Heroes is where you can design your own. You could design your own Hedgehog, right? You could design your own character. It's 30 bananas. Okay. 30 bananas. And Metal Sonic, which is a robot. Ah, yes. I could have guessed that. Metal Sonic, who just likes metal music a whole lot. And then there's Metal Sonic. He's the one with with eyeshadow on. Oh crap. And we did. No, we're not. We're alive. Okay, now we live. Ah, dang it! It's a hodgepodge, the hodgepodge hedgehog. You just make a hodgepodge of a hedgehog and Tails. Just imagine that Sonic and Tails had a baby. You can create that in Sonic Heroes. You can design your own Fox Hedgehog hybrid. Finally, they can have the baby that the entire fan base has wanted. Ooh. Boing, and we're dead. Sonic Forces is the design one. Oh, Sonic Heroes and Sonic Forces are different games. There's also Sonic and the Seven Rings. There's also Sonic and the Goblet of Fire. And of course, who could forget Sonic and the Black Knight? Sonic and the Chaos Emeralds. And of course, Sonic 3 Reloaded. Reloaded and re-rolled. Whoa! Oh dear. Oh, I'm dead. I do like my little propeller tail. Whenever we really zoom, we just go propeller mode. Ah, propeller. I barely know her. Okay, I give up. I give up. This gear is impossible to defeat. Psych. We're about to beat it. Boyan. Got him. Ooh, almost got one. Hang on. Wrong timing. Ah, dang it. I didn't even get a coin for that. Coinless. It's so difficult to make it inside this gear anyway. Much less with all these coins in our pockets. 30 coins in our pockets and make it to the middle? Impossible. Oh! Tolls, no! Tolls, my wife, my love. My wife, my husband, my hedgehog. Oh, here we go. Ah, as soon as it slows down, it's too late. Oh, no! I'm not reading that. I've gone by many names. I've seen the memes. I've read the ancient texts. Eggman! You're reading the wiki? Oh, thanks. Yes. Keep me updated. Go. Nah, I can't stop thinking about the meme, you sorry sucker. Boing. Ah! No, let me live. 30. Oh, we can do it. 1, 2. Okay, here's a rule. You're not allowed to name a Sonic character unless it's from memory. You can only name Sonic characters that you can remember. Go. If you can't name them, you don't even love them like I do. You don't love Sonic like I do. You're not a real Sonic fan. A real Sonic fan can name them all. Time over. That's the first time that's ever happened. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. What do we have here? A little dead hedgehog. Oh, wait. No, we're a fox now. We're fox now. We've shed our hedgehog skin. We took off our hedgehog skin coat. We now don the tails of a fox. Sonic for lunch? Yum. What's your favorite thing to get from Sonic? I like the jumbo popcorn chicken. Oh, would you accept a meal that was prepared by a hedgehog? 27, we could do it. We could do it. We've got 30. We've got all the money. I think it stops here? Nope, it's over here. Okay, let's let it land one more time. We got 20 seconds, 20 seconds. It goes here, precisely. All right, last one, last try. 10 seconds left. Got him! Come out! Yeah! Got all the bananas! We got all the bananas! Hey! Nice! All the bananas in the entire world! All the bananas are belong to us. Wow! Yes! Perfect. We did one level! Yay! Yay, one level. Beat the stage with every banana. Whoa, every banana in the entire world. Hey, Dad Wrestler, what's up? What's up, Dad? Hope you're doing well. Oi, oi, the ball game's going great. I've never been so happy to be a monkey in my entire life. This is the happiest I've been to be a monkey, and I don't know, ever since I met Charles. Hooray, we just got to get every coin. That's simple enough. We just can't leave without any of these coins. We just gotta go nice and slow, pick up every single one of them. We did it! The only thing that's required, you guys, the only requirement for today is that we must finish that lava level. For the lava Pete. Ooh, we just have to beat the lava world, okay? This is all just to calm me down. So that we can summarily defeat that level. It doesn't stand a chance. Also, I feel like there's a smarter way of doing this, but we're still gonna win. We still got it. First try, first try, first try. 10 seconds left. Oh, Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia, Papa Pia. Baby got the diarrhea. Oh, oh, boy, what's happening? I can't even see. I'm blind. Ah, the voices in my head. No! I do kind of like the countdown. I'm not gonna lie. I like the countdown of it going 3, 2, 1. It does help me gauge how fast I need to go. It is somewhat confusing to not get the countdown. Okay, this time we're gonna go slower, but also faster. We just have to do it expertly. It's all about the expert gameplay. It's all about moving your way through this level. You have to pick your battles, you guys. You can't just enter any dojo and just beat up the master, okay? Whoa, crap. We just got launched. We just got launched! Oh my gosh. Fox for lunch? Oh dear. We're done. We're done. Let's retry. Whee! Off the edge. Boy, this game was made by Satan. Thanks, Satan. Great game. Thanks, Satan. When are you making the next one? Oh, frick. Why is it going so fast? We're dead. No freaking way, dude. Almost hit the boundary. I wish I had. Satan didn't get full credit for this game, but he did program the physics engine. Ooh. Ooh, your boy. Ooh, your boy's dead. Ooh, I gotta stay in the middle. Hey, give me that coin. I got 20 seconds left up. Ah! This level's so difficult. This whole game is difficult. Let's not lie to ourselves, you guys. An executive producer credit? And the executive producer, Chuck Volty. And I'm Chris. Boing. All right, just focus, you guys. Focus, concentrate. Remember that life is made up of little moments, you guys. Remember that life isn't days. Life is just minute by minute by minute. Frick. Now, I know that I said something different yesterday, but I recommend that you do not call your mom today. Listen, yesterday was the right day to call, but since you didn't, I wouldn't recommend it. She's really mad today. Don't call her. Ow, crap. Just one more coin. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, no. Oh, 4 seconds. Ah! Yeah! Ah! Did I win? Yes! Every banana in the entire world. This world has become ours. We are the king of the monkeys. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. King of the monkeys here. Your mom's still at the house. Shh. She'll hear you, Jedi. She'll hear you. Silence. Silence, Jedi. Heed my words. I'm dead. I cannot escape. You could escape to go get some coffee. Listen, any moment away is escape. Ah, so you gotta stay on the edges? Is that the meme? Is this a meme? You gotta keep moving. You gotta keep moving, otherwise you'll slip. You'll slip through the cracks. Slip through the crack, break your mom's back. That's why you shouldn't call her. She's super mad about that crack that you walked on. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Mom! Mom! Help! Mommy's not here to help you? Ay, ay, ay. Why live? No! Don't live. Dead. Okay. Can't believe that Jedi is trapped in a home with the person who birthed them. Here we go. Oh boy. We're bouncing. We're bouncing our way to victory. Boyoyoing. Boyoyoing. Is this the boyoyoing you're looking for? Nice. I mean, we lived, right? I guess. We did. Completed and perfect and what else? What else did we do? Yes, the time limits. We speedrun it. Although speedrunning that level makes it easier. So I don't feel like that's a big thing. Now do it fast. That was fast. Doing it fast is the easy way because you don't fall down those cracks. Zoom. Yeah, doing it slow and collecting everything is gonna be what's tricky. In fact, let's try. This one's called Dribbles. Ew. Gross. Don't talk about the dribbles. Don't talk about the dribbles that got out of the corner of my mouth whenever I talk too fast. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I didn't even check the missions. I'm the dummy. I am the dummy. How many missions are there here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Oh. 70 bananas? Oh my. That's a lot of potassium. I don't know if Tails is gonna be able to handle all that nutrition. Tails might get a little bit bloated. All right, here we go. All we got to do is that we just have to magically get every banana. Just get every banana in the game, and then you're gonna win like this. See? All you got to do is you just weave between them. See? See? Y'all were worried about nothing. We just just win just like this. Dang it! We had it! We had it! A workout, a juggle break. All right, Alchemic has activated the end of the stream. I never made it redeemable, but you have activated the end of the stream command. Hooray! Stream over. I think you just got to collect every mega banana. Then you win. But the unpredictable bouncing is very frightening. Oh, if you go super slow, it's actually pretty easy. Never mind. That speedrun that we did earlier was way harder than this. Frick. Dang it! Hang on, hang on. What, y'all are pretending like this game's stressful? What are y'all talking about? What is this? Is this game stressing any of y'all out? No. Not possible. And whoop. There we go. Sliding, sliding, sliding. All right, next zone. Ooh. Yikes. Pain. Boing. No. Dang it. So stressful. I'm going to take the other route. We're going the other way. It's easier the other way anyway. This way is the easy path. This way is also the path of champions. Oh. Actually, I don't like that path as much. I think we're going to go back to the left. I think that I had it right from the very beginning. I should have trusted myself. Should have trusted myself. Of course I know what I'm doing. We've been destroying this game. Of course. Oh. Maybe you'll finish your watchtower tonight? Ooh, what, an MC in Minecraft? This stage reminds me of the bridge game from Squid Games. Shh, Lore Center. Shoosh. Shoosh. From that one thing that happened? Yeah. Ooh. Minecraft time. Mamma mia. I'm glad that you've been having fun with Minecraft. It's a good game. It all depends on like setting your own goals for yourself, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's just one of those games. That's what I need for Final Fantasy. I'll probably get back into it as soon as I have like a lucid dream about it. I'll have like a dream about Final Fantasy, and then I get right back into it. It's okay, Lore Zenta. That was not much of a spoiler. I was mostly just reminding you. But I have already seen it, so you didn't mess with me. There's definitely ways to talk about a show without other people being able to realize what you're talking about. I do it all the time whenever I watch shows with Arisa. I torment her with facts that will not make sense to her at the current time. Did you finish the show? Yes, finished it last night. I watched, what, 4 episodes, I guess? Yeah. I wanted to finish it up before it got spoiled for me accidentally. And, I mean, it was great anyway, so I finished it up. I cried, like, all 4 of the final episodes, I cried a little bit. It's very sad. Very sad, very stressful. It's a heartbreaking show. Definitely heartbreaking. Only watch it if you're in a good mood or you want to be in a really bad one. All right, we got it this time. Yep, we got it this time. Nice. Splendid, splendid. Absolutely splendid. 100% done. Yeah! Nice! All right, perfecto. Now we got to beat that level. But we're going to do like a couple of rounds really quick, and then I'm going to take those breaks. I knew you would cry. Me? Lens has figured out why I cry. Okay, this is the hardest level in the entire game. This is the hardest level to beat, and it's why so few people have actually beaten the game. This is why nobody has 100% of the game, is because this specific level is what catches up almost everybody on the internet. All of the like speedrunners that I watch, this is always the level that gets them. And then they often quit. They normally go crazy and then they quit. But this one, nah, homie. We got it though, because I'm willing to put in the work to be the Monkey Ball champion. I'll put in whatever it takes, you guys. Whenever it comes to friends, family, food, whatever it takes is my attitude. Frick. Everyone cries usually unless you're a monster. What? Is that true? Is that true? Do monsters not cry? I don't think that's true. There's lots of people that just don't like tears getting out of their eyeballs. I don't blame them. Save up that liquid. Me? I drink my tears. I cry into a cup, then I drink it, just like SpongeBob. Because I'm a closed loop, you guys. Nobody goes in, nobody goes out. That's how I treat nutrition. Oh boy. Oof, I must be a monster. I'm not a crier. Yeah, Alchemic's not crying over here, and Lens is like, monster. You monster. You watched a silent voice without crying. That means that you are evil, and you must be eliminated. zoom. Boing. It's alright. Letting liquid out of your eyes shouldn't be a reason to... Ooh, bye-bye. I almost wrote mobster. I guess he can be that too. A mobster. Is there an Earl mob that I don't know about? Some shady underbelly of the Earl of Suds community that I didn't know about? Well, let's keep it that way. Don't tell me about it. This is it. This is it. This is it. Golden. Yes! Ah, baby! There it is! Ah! Woo! All right! Nice! That's the hardest level in the game! Woo! Mamma mia, that was a spicy meatball. I'm gonna rewatch that. I wanna see it again. Show it to me again. Yeah. Show me it. Let me see it. Whoa. Oh, wait, what? What is this? What is that? Are these just the ends? I thought that it'd save the whole replay. Maybe it's maybe it's in the oh, these are this is the system whenever I get an achievement. Oh yeah, I remember dying over here. That was great. I remember getting bit by this wolf. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, this is a good moment. These are just trophies. Okay. Then I need to go main menu. Let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see that replay. I just want to relive it one more time. Hub? I think this is it. Alternative. Or alternate? Alternate? That's what it probably is. Alternate. Woo! Gosh, that's rough. All right, I knew whenever I hit that edge, that was it. Whenever I hit that little bump, that little bump right. Let me see. There's a little boop where I get stuck. That's what the other person did. I don't know if there's another way to do it. There might be another route, but this one requires that you get bumped right there. That bump, that's what the other person did too. That's the exact same bump. I don't know if it's possible without it. I would love to see another way of doing that. But that is very fun. What? What did you do? Hey, it's the Crack Kitten. What's up? B-Wing. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you for the raid. What the heck? I was watching your stream earlier, right before I got started. Wick, I was just watching your stream. Hey, thank you so much for bringing your friends over. What's up? Hi there. My name's Earl of Suds. We're playing Super Monkey Ball. I was actually thinking about ending, but maybe we'll play a few more levels. But we'll definitely raid somebody else as well, for sure. I always love raiding people, just like B-Wick. It's true. Thank you so much for the raid. I had to check your channel because I was having trouble with Stream Elements, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that I saw them using Stream Elements. So is it down for everybody? It wasn't down for everybody. It was my problem. Thank you so much for the raid. And my microphone's going away. I'm supposed to be taking a break, so I'll juggle for you guys. I will juggle for the raid, okay? We'll juggle for raids. Where's my juggling balls? Two. Where's the other one? I will juggle. I will juggle if I can find them. Where are they? I don't know where what? Where is it? I could use a wrong one. I could use a wrong juggling ball, I guess, like this. But this hurts my brain. It's a different material. Here. Thank you, everybody, so much for the follows. I will read off all of y'all's names in just a moment. I promise, okay? Thank you so much for coming over with my new friend, B-Wick. I'm so glad to meet all of you beans. I hope y'all had a wonderful time watching some Animal Crossing. I was watching. I love B-Wick's spooky and bewitching outfit. Yes, it's true. The spooky zombie wick is pretty awesome. I love it. It's on the person. Oh, there it is. Yes, thank you. There it is. How did I not know where that is? Let me see. I'll see if I can do some different ones. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. Of course. I'm so glad that I got thrown over by Kuri. That Kuri suggested. It's nice to meet all of y'all. Hopefully I can bring my friends over to your stream sometime soon. What? I will try juggling pins for you guys, okay? I'm gonna try juggling some pins. What? Oh, I love Animal Crossing. Yeah, one of our only Animal Crossing players in the chat anymore. I used to stream almost exclusively Animal Crossing whenever it came out, and I still love it, but I don't know. Okay. Just because we got some new friends in here, I will try. Mo Diggity, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Johnny Turmoil, I appreciate it. Wicked Raven, Jonelle, just Jonelle, I think. Animal Crossing, thank you for the follow. Barkanos? I'm not good at juggling these. I'm super scared. Ow. You gotta do it. It's such a small, I have such a small area to juggle in. Ah! Ah! Welcome to the madness that are my streams, okay. High octane streams all the time. Ah! Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. That's a volley, right? That's a volley. That was a volley. Thank you so much for the follow, Jen. I appreciate it. What's up? Hi there, everybody that came in. My name's Earl of Suds, or Kenny, whatever you want to call me. And I play games like every single day. We just hang out. We just hang out. There's a little bit of chaos. There's a little bit of madness. We just beat like the hardest level in this game that was bothering me. We played the same level for like 45 minutes because that's how I am. It's Muffin Soot. Oh, I remember you. You missed the chaos. Hey, welcome back, Muffin. Also, Darren, what's up? How are you doing, my friend? And Wick, listen, I know that you probably need to get yourself some food. You probably gotta like go care for the dog, or you need to get some water, or you need to go to the bathroom. So don't worry. Just get out of here. Get out of here. Go take care of yourself. Thank you so much for bringing your friends over here. I will take good care of them. I will take good care of them. Is that a 7 Deadly Sins tattoo? Almost. I mean, it is anime, but no, it's not 7. Can I zoom in? Do I still have a zoom? Yeah, there you go. I want to get I want to get more. I want to get more for sure. I was gonna get this. I was gonna get what's his name? The Mustang. I was gonna put Mustang on this arm and then Hawkeye on the back, but unfortunately my artist kind of folded on me, and they're in LA, so I have to travel to go get tattoos by that person. But it's so cool. Haha, I will. Thanks so much. I appreciate you. Hey, Wick, we'll see you later, my friend. Yeah, it is FMA. It's Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, my favorite anime. I'd say it's probably my favorite. It's probably my favorite entertainment period. I'd say that it's probably my favorite. I love it so much. I've watched it a bunch of times, and I've watched it subbed and dubbed, and I love it both ways. If you're interested in anime, that is some top tier content right there. How's stream been today? It's been insane. Mag, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. Mag Diana, thanks for jumping in the chat. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. We're just rolling around in a monkey ball. I'm just hopping on this level, and we can just chat while I'm rolling. Okay. I'm gonna probably not do any more like speed challenges. We'll probably just try to get all the coins. We'll just collect coins and stuff. But hey, it's nice to... Oh, thank you so much for the follow, K Burkhar. I appreciate it. All you people following, I appreciate it so much. Welcome to the party as I get crushed. I don't know where that goes. The wireless controller battery is low. I haven't had to charge this controller yet. It's a brand new console. It's a brand new console. I gotta click this to make it go slower. There we go. Now they're going nice and slow. Zoom. Okay, so just don't get crushed by these things. Where do they land? Right on the Okay, I think I see where they're landing, but they barely touch. They barely touch. Okay, I just need to collect. These are supposed to be bananas. Sonic Ring sound is so soothing. Is it? Is it soothing? This game's pretty stressful. This game is a little more stressful than it is relaxing. but it's fun. Again, I'm not doing speed challenge, but I better get moving. Otherwise, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, nope, I'm not gonna make it. I don't have time. 10 seconds? Nah. We gotta try faster. We gotta go faster. Watch this. Watch this mega speed. I'm gonna go back here. Click. Zoom. Riding on the edge. We're living on the edge. Oh, slow down. Don't die, Mario. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're all going to die. Ah, Mario. Oh. Don't die. No. Yay. Zoom. It doesn't look like they'll hit you, but they totally will. Don't trust them. Not even for a moment. Ooh. Ah. No, I got spanked. I got spanked to death. Dang it. Okay. We're going back. But yeah, oh, Karime. It's nice to see you. Karime, I didn't even say hi. Karime, what you were saying the other day that your friend was having a like subsiversary or whatever. They were having like a 1-year anniversary of streaming. I think I found them. Were they dressed up as Brewster? Was one of them dressed up as Brewster? I actually jumped in that stream. I was gonna raid it, but they I'm trying to remember. Oh, it was because they said that it said like 18 plus or something, and I was like, I probably shouldn't. Probably shouldn't, but I did pop in there and they were dang wholesome. I hope I can give them a raid sometime in the future for surezies. Oops, that was dumb. For surezies. Yeah. Blathers and her man was Brewster. Dressing up as Brewster is a god tier move. I loved his glasses. His glasses were just like spray painted white. Oh yeah, that reminds me that I will be. Oop, gotta move. I'll be wearing a lot of costumes this October. I know I'm not wearing my Tails costume right now, but we will have lots of fun outfits that I'll be wearing. I've got 9 outfits, and I've already shown off one of them. One of them was a police, and we played Police Simulator. But I might wear the police outfit again. It was pretty fun. And it matches my mustache. My mustache. My cheesy, incredible mustache. Oh boy, I'm very nervous. Slow down. Yeah, we could definitely make it. We've still got 30 seconds. I just don't need to rush it. Oh, don't rush it, you dummy. Go. All right, we live. We lived to tell the tale. Did we get any missions done for that? We made it. Okay, stage clear. That's just normal. Okay, perfect clear means that we didn't cheat. And then time limit. Nice. Okay, so that was speed run. And we went nonstop. So we didn't ever slow down. Nice. There's probably just like a banana mission. What's the banana mission here? A hot cop. Oh, wow. Well, that sounds a little bit subjective. Clear a stage with every banana? Every single... I don't... what? Every single one? Oh, no. But yeah, I put myself in Twitch broke jail. That cosplay for him as Brewster's why I'm now Twitch broke. What? Oh, Kareem, you spin all your subbies to get the Brewster goal. Oops. You spin all your sub money. Well, that's all right. That's all right. It was amazing. Thank you very much for spending your allowance. You spent your allowance on something really good this Christmas. Okay. We got to go really fast, but not that fast. Support my beans. I mean, I just saw her on a I just saw their channel sitting there, and I was like, Animal Crossing. I love rating people that are playing Animal Crossing. Just like Wick. Wait a second. This streamer just likes Animal Crossing. Oh, slow down. Wait. Oh, I should have just gone. I'm not gonna have time anymore. We're going to die. We're going to all die out here in Monkey Land. We're not even gonna make it back to the human village. We're gonna die here in Monkey Town. Monkey Town, where you can only eat banana for lunch. Ooh. Where does that one land? Right there. Come on. Where does that one land? Dead. No. Oh! Okay, I'm dead. It's interesting that the mini-map is actually a full 3D map. Yeah, you can also zoom out like this. It's very cool. The mini-map in Metroid Prime is also a 3D map. That's another solid game. Someday we will beat Metroid Prime on hard mode. But today is not that day. Last time that we tried, I failed. It was too hard. I gave up whenever we made it to like the elite. I think it was the elite space pirate. I could not figure out how to kill him in hard mode. I tried for like 2 hours or something, and I lost my patience. I was already kind of frustrated with the game, so I'm not too surprised. Because there's so much like back and forth in Metroid games. Like you have to retread your steps all the time, and it can be a little bit tiresome. It was painful. It's true. I died so many times. 10 seconds left. I don't think that we can do it this time, but we're close. Almost got it. 5, 4. Oh no! I missed one banana. I missed one banana. Oh, there's just one. Dang it. Oh, I was so focused on escaping the level. Oh, we had it. We had it. That's true. It's true though. We got it though. We got it though. I missed one banana. No worries. We just proved that we can do it. And I'll make it a little bit more efficient. I can think of a couple of ways to make this a tiny bit more efficient. There we go. 1 banana, 2 banana. 3 bags full of bananas. Whoa. Skirt, skirt. Skirt, skirt. Get out of here. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, definitely. Ooh, yeah, we're going faster. We're going faster. I'm taking risks. I'm taking risks, you guys. Here we go. Zoom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, yeah, we're doing way better this time. Ooh, this is scary. This is scary. I don't like it. Somebody hold my hand, please. Ah, no. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. Somebody get this monkey out of here. All right, we got it this time. This time, we've learned the efficient strategies. We've also learned how to stay alive. This time, we've got it. Boom. Roll. Roll for your life, Tails. You almost died. You almost died. How many lives do foxes have? Not 9 like a cat. Foxes only have 1 life. Live it. No. Dang it. I'm glad I don't have 1 life in this game. Okay. Back. No, not that far back, Tails. Tails, that's not what I said. I said back. I said back, not dead. Tails was like, I know where we're going. Straight down. I half expect whenever we look down to see that that big dirty tooth monster from Super Mario Sunshine. You remember that guy? Whenever you go underwater and you have to spray his teeth with your jets of water. Whenever Mario thought he was a dentist. Mario, dentists and doctors are not the same thing. One certification does not cover both fields. Mr. Mario, please get away from that man's teeth. Do not touch. And also, why does that eel have teeth? Never trust an eel with teeth. Go, 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 go. Okay, we got this. Big bounce. Big booty bounces. Okay. We got 13 seconds. I don't think we're gonna make it. Nope. Too bad. We almost had it. If the timing had been like slightly different, we would have had it. What level am I on? We're in World 3. Level 4. Oops. Oopsies. I don't trust a plumber trying to save kidnapped victims either. You don't trust a plumber that's like,
What? I'm here to save the princess. It's me, Mario. I'm the local plumber. Somebody said something about a leaky pipe and I heard screams.
Ooh.
Me and my brother Luigi will save you, don't worry. Here we go, here we go. Looks like this is a job for a blue-collar worker.
Whoa, did we go too fast? Is it possible to go too fast in Monkey Ball 2021? Top 10 fastest times in all of Monkey Ball. Release 20. Dang it. This level is possibly impossible, you guys. Actually, again, this is just another one of those levels that got the whole Monkey Ball franchise canceled for 30 years. And they've only had the guts to release this one just now because people forgave them for this level. But not me. I still remember. I'm only playing this game out of spite, you guys. Oh, here we go. Big bounce. Big bouncing right off the edge. Boing. Have you ever boing to death? Oh, big bouncies. Also, these rocks? What are these things bouncing? I wish that they were jellyfish. If they were jellyfish, I wouldn't mind being squished by them. I need a soft landing. Maybe if I imagine these big things as jellyfish, then I can beat the level. We got it. Here we go. Timing's looking good, you guys. This is more time than we've ever had at this point. All right, I have time to wait. We got it. 10 seconds left. All right, zoom. Got him. All right, there we go. What are they? I think they're just rocks. But we destroyed that level. This level has been destroyed. Splendid. Dribbles destroyed. Every mission complete. We cleared the stage. We didn't do it with a helper. We got every banana. We did it really fast, and we didn't stop once. Nice. Not all at the same time. Hey, thanks for the hype in the chat. Awesome sauce. Oh, yes. I'm supposed to do a workout, right? Aren't I supposed to do a workout break? Ah, the famed workout break. I am supposed to. I've got to do 10 pull-ups. Otherwise, I'm in big trouble, okay? I'm in big trouble. So I'm gonna do some pull-ups really quick, okay? Y'all can do y'all's midnight workouts if y'all want to. I don't know who wants to get their heart rate up at 10 p.m., but you refunded it? I'm gonna take it anyway. Okay. Let's go. Cool. Free workout. Listen, I've been gaining weight recently. I'm getting scared. No. I'm worried. I've got to work out more. Eat less. Work more. All right, what do we got back here? Special button? No, we just got some money. Let's go for speed run. Speedrun time. Here we go. Zoom. Go. You've been saying that for a year. You look the same. No, I'm really telling you. I am actually heavier. I am literally heavier. Like, within the past, like, whatever, maybe month, I've gained 5 pounds, I think. He's getting jollier. The Santa costume's looking good, though. You need a workout too? You tried to run today and you didn't get very far. That sounds like you're trying to escape something. Sounds like you're like, I tried to run, but I didn't get very far before they caught me. I only got so far before they got me. Okay, so this pusher ain't so hard. It's really slow. Oof. It dies. It's super slow. Also, I'm dead. Hi there. My name's the Earl of Suds, and I am dead. You can do it in one. You can do it in one. I won't send you any more candy, I promise. Oh, what? I just gotta eat it slower. Looks good. Nice. Stage complete at full speed. What are the other missions, eh? Get every banana? Bruh. Come on, man. I've got to train so that I can that you can outrun. Hey, Linz, let me be honest with you. You could not outsprint me. It's not possible. It's not possible, but you could definitely outrun me because I've got no stamina. I'm lacking the stamina. So it all depends on the length of race. That's what it all. Oh, there's a gap there. There's a gap year right there. Right between high school and college. Right there, right there. Hey, Midnight Blonde. How are you doing?
How are you doing? Midnight Blonde, we are trying to get every single banana. We try to get every single banana. But the Mama Mario treats us wrong, no banana.
And now, really, every banana in this game? That doesn't seem possible. Now, look at that. How do you do? There's got to be a trick, right? There's got to be a trick. How? Let's try to big brain this. What do you got to do? 2 per push? Whoops. How do we do this? You gotta beat Lynn. You gotta beat Lynn. I can only sprint and my knees crunch from too many sports as a kid. Oh no, that's true. As mods, you don't have to be faster than me. You just have to be faster than the slowest mod. Okay. So don't worry. Okay. Yeah, I don't get this level right now. We're already 30 seconds in. It says to get every single one of them. Oh boy, hang on. I mean, you can do 1 per push, but that's not fast enough, I don't think. Oh no. No. What happens to the slowest mod? Back in the basement. Back into the basement. Get back to your modding work. Okay, so we got kind of close. I missed a couple of rolls here. I missed a couple. I think that we can do this. But we got to get every single one, so even have to go back here. The slowest mod gets all the candy. Boyan. Now we die. And now I'm dead! Ye olden oopsie doopsie. You flipped the cart full of apples and your donkey died under the weight. Oopsie doopsie. Stop quoting that. Stop. Stop with the quotes. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, no, I'm really dead. Okay, I think I'm gonna ignore this level for now. This one's a pain in the neck. We should keep on our discovering more levels. Let's discover what other levels have to give before we die at this one a million times, buddy. Hey, no, I need. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this. All right, let's go. Building brickies and giving hickeys since 1997. I love that one. Whoa! Look at these. These are the rings from that Christopher Nolan movie, right? Isn't there a Christopher Nolan movie that has rings like that? I think so. Interstellar moment. Here we go. We're about to jump through the Stargate, you guys. Prepare to get launched through the Stargate. Dead. Okay, let's do speedrun. Fastest time yet. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, there's different levels of success. I see. Okay, so let's look at what the missions are here. There's probably only the red one. No, there's red and green. Okay, so you got to make it through all the different doors. Oh boy. So I just got to drive a little bit to the left, I guess, and slip by it. Okay. Easy with this one. Can make the switch right here, I guess. Oh my gosh, it gets so chaotic at the end. Okay, well, we got one. I don't want to click reset. Okay, this is fine. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, I don't wanna reset yet. Do. Curvy options? Curvy options, you say? You can never have too many curvy options. That's what my granddad always said. Zoom. Oh, now we're dead. That's too bad. Oh dear. Go. Tolls. Go, Tolls. Ah, Tolls, no. Tolls is dead. Somebody killed Toles. There we go. Gotta go straight forward. Then go boing, boing. Just bounce your way to success. Oh no. Dang it. My self-help books failed me. They said bounce your way to success, and I believed them. For a hot minute, I thought that my life would be saved. But then I realized it is appointed once a monkey to die. Twice if he's an unlucky monkey. Oh dear. What am I supposed to... How am I supposed to change the timing of this? It's always the same. Every day is exactly the same. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, we made it outside the boundaries. Whoa. Okay, slow down. There we go. And that little tiny timing shift that I just did will make me die. Boink. What did you just say in the chat? What did you just say there? Svelte? What is that? Is svelte short for svelter? Sveltering in the heat? It's too spicy out here. I'm sweltering. I'm sweltering onto the burning sun. The sun is burning. Oh, oops. Got beaten. Hot Wheels, beat that.
Here we go.
Boing, boing, boing. Oh my gosh. Dude, this game's broken, man. No. No. It was a full ring. That one was a full ring. All right. Oh. Oh my gosh, they are going way too fast. Oops. Dang it. It looks like I'm just trying to die. It looks like I'm purposefully timing it so that I get hit. But I promise you, I'm trying my best. It really does. It just looks like I'm like, oh, I'm going to get batted to the side right here. Okay, I don't think that you can beat this level. You can't, but I can. Here we go. Whoops. Oh, dear. Well, the timing was great. I think that we definitely got the timing down. Level essentially completed. Just have to work out the kinks here. Yeah, there we go. Yep, see? Approximately closer to the to our goal. Midnight Blonde, thank you for the lurk. Enjoy your lurkies, friendo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Midnight Blonde, will you be lurking at the bottom of this ocean with Toles? And all the 1,000 Toll corpses that we have left down there? Ooh, looks exciting. Looks exciting. Now I'm dead. Maybe... Oh, well, this isn't really a time-based win. So maybe I should go like this. And then I should go, oh, yeah, the perfect timing, just like this. Uh-huh. And now we just got to go boing, you know. Because you can easily hack the timing and just do it exactly right. Like this, see? And then you just go like, up, right there. Boom, and you win. That's all that I need to do. I just need to take my time, of course. Of course. It's so slow. I was... Oh, he claps whenever he wins. I didn't even realize that. What a cutie. What a cutie. I kind of want to do the banana now, but... All right. I think we're going to call it a night. I'm totally exhausted. I'm totally exhausted. I hope you guys enjoyed the game. It was super fun. I had loads of fun. I had barrels of fun. Absolute banana loads of fun. But yes, tomorrow we're going to be watching a movie. Every single sub is invited. We're going to be watching Over the Garden Wall over on our Discord. So don't forget to connect your Discord to your Twitch. Hop over there. I'll ping people in the movie night chat. If you can't see the movie night chat, your Discord is not set up properly. Make sure that you check yes next to our rules so that you can hang out with us and watch a movie. But yes, we should call it a night. Who are we gonna raid? We gotta raid somebody. We've got to raid somebody. Maybe somebody extra spicy. Also, my hair looking wild today. My hair is totally out of control today. Let's see who deserves a little raid. I see Professor Panda's on. I see Minnie's on. I got lots of friends that are playing at 10 p.m. on a Saturday. Who's playing video games at 10 p.m. on a Saturday? Come on. Alone on a Saturday evening? Pathetic. Oh, you. Thanks for the fun stream, Lauricenta. I know that you're responsible for more than half of these subs right here. Way more. Probably like 90% of those are from you. Thank you so much for the generosity. You never have to give anything to hang out in the chat. You know that we like hanging out with you no matter what you do. But much love anyway. I super appreciate it. What'd you say? You like the plan? What are we doing? Or we can just leave die. What are we doing? Team up with me instead. I can offer you my abilities, being able to survive in the wild. We have a chance? What? So assuming Arisa won't want to leave her love, it's us four that need a run. We can team up and leave the boys to fend for themselves. What are y'all talking about? Are y'all talking? There will be no escape. There will be no escape for any of y'all. I am fast. I am fast as heck. I'm not losing any mods today. Not a single one. You're doing homework at 10 p.m. on a Saturday. Uh-oh. Is that by any fault of your own, or is that just how it is? I mean, school do be like that. I'm sorry that you're doing your homework on a Saturday and at night. Mamma mia. You can do it. You can do it, Clara. Get it done. Get it done. You can do it. Come on, Clara. We're rooting for you. You may be fast, but we're more clever. All of y'all are more clever. Really? All 5 of y'all are more clever than me? Just saying. You're far more clever. All 5 of y'all are more clever than me. Okay. I'm busy during the week. My fault for not doing more earlier. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how we point fingers. It's all right. It's all right, friendo. Just the 3 of us. Just the 3 of us. You're calling Di and Arisa dumb. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. I'm going to DM Di and Arisa right after the stream and tell them that the other mods were talking crap. And I'll say, and it's your fault for not being in the chat. We're ditching Di and Arisa doesn't count. That is true. That is true. Arisa does not count. You're ditching Di, shaking my head. Ditching Di. That you're only ditching him because he's not here. I can't believe that you're stabbing another mod behind their back like this. But anyway, let's get out of here before y'all say any other things that I need to take into evidence. Emokin, what's up? Hey, you jumped in at the last minute. Nice. Arisa gets to stay upstairs. Upstairs. just on the ground floor. She's a ground floor mod. I love Di, but he has given me more info on what his escape abilities are. But he has to give me more info on what his escape abilities are. He can hack the mainframe, you know? I'd still ditch him. Remember Oregon Trail? I do remember Oregon Trail. That's a great game. It's the Oregon Trail, but it's Oregon, like zombies. Zombie as a trail of zombies. Anywho, you guys, I'm gonna get out of here before y'all say anything that y'all regret. Let's go say hi to Anaya Falcon playing Minecraft right now. Reachpad is playing I'm Fish, which somebody sent me. I am Fish. Let me see. Kenny has dysentery. We win! No, you all die. You all die. If I die, y'all all die. Just like in real life. Anaya is playing some Minecraft. How long have they been playing? 14 hours. Good lord. 20-hour marathon stream? Why 20 hours? Who does 20-hour streams? That's crazy. That's crazy. Holy moly. Should we go crash Anaya Falcon while she's in her 20-hour stream and she's eating? What excitement. I hope he's okay. Oh no, he's dead. Did I miss the stream? I'm sorry, Emo Kitten. It looks like you did. I apologize. I apologize. We've been playing monkey games for like 5 hours and it's already late. And it's already late. It's 10 p.m. I'm hungry. I hope that they deliver pizza this late. If Garrett's still here, then I might sucker him into go driving me somewhere so that we can eat something. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to just like eat crackers or something. I don't even have any popcorn left. What am I gonna eat? Dry ramen. Yum yum. Dry ramen. Okay, well, anyway, you guys, it was nice to hang out with y'all. Thanks for keeping me company on a Saturday. I'm so glad that I got to stream tonight. I'm so thankful. I'm so happy because I thought that, for one, I was late and I was hoping that I'd still be in a good mood even after car stuff. And thankfully car stuff is going fine. And then Stream Elements broke. It broke, and I thought that I wasn't gonna be able to stream, but thankfully, we made it, baby. We made it. Hey, Kenny. Yes. Why are you calling me by my name? Why are you not calling me streamer? Did I do something wrong? What happened? What happened, Alchemic? Yeah. What is it? Why do I have so many Discord notifications? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Stop texting me. Thanks for being you and streaming. Oh, thank you very much for thanking me. Is that what I'm supposed to do? This is what happens whenever I order food. I'm always like, they're like, all right, you can pull forward. Thank you. And I'm like, thank you. Alchemic, I'm glad that you enjoy hanging out here still, even after all this time. I'm surprised that you're not bored of me, but the fact that you're not gives me a little bit of hope in my future. Oi! Alchemic, it's always nice to hang out with you, my friend. A stream that you are not in, Alchemic, does feel like so much banter is lost, and so much it just essentially feels like, oh, my friend's not there. Okay, well, we'll still have fun. We'll still have fun, right? Why would I be bored of you? Because you've already gotten, like, I've gotten enough input and you've seen enough output that you can probably predict what I'm gonna do next, you know? Like wouldn't you get tired of that eventually, I guess? I don't know. I can't remain unpredictable for 2 years. But let me say, who did I even say that we're gonna raid? We're gonna raid Anaya. I'm gonna start writing a message before we leave. I guess that my message is just gonna be like 20 hours. What's wrong with you? No, that's the thing. Maybe we can just do Squirrel Raid. We'll go say hi to Anaya. She's gonna be staying up for 20 hours. Anaya is a super sweet Canadian. I didn't know that she was a Canadian. We can't raid her. But she's been going for 15 hours. She's still got 5 hours to go. I say that we cheer her through to the very end. How about that? It's not like I like you or anything. It's not like I like your streams or anything. Squirrel Raid swooping in. Oh, jeez. Blue Jay, you always make a way to make these raid messages more painful. All right, let's do it. Squirrel Raid swooping in. Move out of the way, Falcons. You're about to get eaten by a legion of squirrels. Attack! Okay, hang on. Earl hype. Here we go. All right, you guys. I look forward to tomorrow watching Over the Garden Wall. One of my favorite things to watch this time of the year. There's spookiness in the air. I can feel it. Thanks for hanging out. Love you all. Thank you so much for the raids, the follows, everything else. I feel like all the Wick friends are gone, but if anybody's still here from the Wick raid, thank you so much for coming over here. I appreciate it. You could have turned off this channel anytime that you wanted, but you didn't, and I super appreciate it. And I love y'all all. And Squirrel Raid swooping in. Here we go. All right, we're gonna swoop into our friend Anaya's Falcon stream. Thank you, everybody, so much for hanging out with me, and I will see you guys on Monday. On Monday, I think I'll have a costume, you guys. New costume Monday. New costume, probably new game. We'll see. Thank you so much to my moderators, Alchemic Refuge, Jedi, and Linz, my fastest and most crafty mods. And thanks a lot to Dai, I guess, and also Arisa, I guess, that are not here. Thank you so much, VIPs, Lemonberry, Lupus, and Tayaki, for being incredible VIPs that have hung out with me for so long. And I will see you guys later. Much love. Let's head out. We're gonna go say hi to Anaya.
Anaya?
A night with Anaya. How do you spell Anaya? There we go. Okay, we're going. Let's get this raid started, you guys. Nighty night, Tayaki-san. Tayaki-san, one of the first people in the chat, and one of the last people, too. Thank you, Tayaki. I'm so glad to hang out with you, as always. Emo Kid, bye-bye. See you later, Linz. I'm glad that you're feeling better. Oi, 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 feel even better, okay? You guys, let's swoop and go say hi to Anaya Falcon. Have an absolutely monkey-rific evening. Hope that you guys get that banana as well, okay? I'll see you guys. Bye. Bye. Get out of here. Shoot. Get out of here. Also, thanks for watching the videos and stuff. Appreciate it. It's probably not as good as live, but it still counts, right? Yeah, nice replays. Hope you enjoyed the monkey gameplay. All right, bye.